Maybe. We're about to find out. So, assuming this actually is working now, if you saw any of the two videos before, YouTube was like glitching, bro. The app had a bug or something. I had to update it, so. But I'm back. Regular. If you come in here this time, let me know that it's working and streaming, because like I said, it had a glitch. The app had a glitch and it was like kicking me off, so. So we'll find out. We'll find out. It says 2 people are up in here, so I need someone to confirm that. Oh, I'm glad you're good. I thought you were being held hostage for a second. No. I'm not going out like that. I couldn't be held hostage. You have to kill me in that moment or let me go, because I'm going crazy, bro. Super crazy. Speaking of which, I saw this video earlier today on Twitter. I think it was in South Africa. This dude was like an Uber driver, and the dude in the back seat tried to pull out a gun. And he was like, "Oh, you want to die today?" Bro, he mashed the gas as hard as possible and just started shaking the whip. And the dude in the back with the gun and his friend just started screaming at the top of their lungs. Like, and he did that. I thought they were going to crash and die, but he actually didn't crash. And they were so scared that they just jumped out the car, bro. So if someone ever pulls a gun out on you in the car, just drive as fast as possible. Either they'll get scared and get out, or y'all will both die, and you were probably going to die anyway, so it's cool. That's not professional advice, so if it goes wrong, do not blame me. I think it was South Africa. I'm not 100% sure. I'm just guessing off of their accents. John, what's good? Yeah, I don't know. I know I saw Rolando comment on my earlier live. If any of y'all saw the earlier live, like I said, the YouTube app was glitching and it was like kicking me out, but also not letting me start a new one because it said I was like in the session, and I'm like, but I'm not in the session though. Yeah, South Africa is hella crazy. You will not catch me there. You will not. What did you say? South Africa's black. He's stupid. South Africa is dangerous. Dangerous. That girl is a bad girl.
I made hot soup, so I don't even want it right now.
Sure. Do I remember that viral armored truck video? Yeah, I know what you're talking about, where there was like a car that pulled up on them and was like trying to shoot it out. And dude was like just whipping, handling it. South Africa, man. Crazy. I want to share this live to Instagram, but I feel like if I click out, I'm going to be pushing my luck. So I'm going to skip out on that today. Not trying to push my luck. Or maybe I'll wait till this stream goes on for longer so that if something happens, y'all know I'm actually streaming and that I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll wait till like 30 minutes from now to share it to Instagram. And for right now, I'm going to turn this off just for right now. Oxa's making some soup. So whenever she brings that over here, I'll turn it back on because I can't eat soup with no AC. It's a little crazy. All right, let's see. Let me pull up the news. Axa going out tonight? Yeah, she's going to watch the Barbie movie.
How'd they know? Stop stalking.
They know because I'm on live, dude.
Oh. Delicious. I'm gonna go.
Alright, we already talked about protesters setting fire to the Swedish embassy in Baghdad. Do you guys want to hear what the CIA director warned about Russia's next move? That doesn't really interest me. Who cares about Russia? Planet Moolah said you're gonna go get a quote unquote coffee first.
Y'all think you're fucking funny. I'll fucking disconnect the Wi-Fi. Try me.
She's gonna disconnect the Wi-Fi, y'all.
Keep playing games. There's more food if you get hungry.
Alright. The mother of the soldier that ran into North Korea spoke out. Wonder what she said. Algeria applies to join BRICS. Vladimir Putin has dementia, they say. I can see that. She said her boy's so precious and I never hurt a fly. That doesn't surprise me. To be fair, he didn't hurt anyone that I know of. He just, yeah. I mean, unless he did hurt someone and that's why he ran over there. I don't know. So I think it was Hunter who left the yayo in the White House. Nah. Oh, fuck, I just hit the mic for the first time ever. Hunter smokes crack, bro. He wouldn't be doing cocaine. Take a step down. It's like if you know someone that like, I don't know, that like really gets trashed off of alcohol, they're not gonna be drinking no like, what are they called? Like wine coolers. They're gonna be like, nah, bro, I drink vodka. Hunter Biden's not gonna be walking around with some pure cocaine, bro. He smokes crack proudly on camera. But he's rich? What does that have to do with anything? He's an oil exec? What does that have to do with smoking crack? Normally, the correlation would be that rich people do cocaine and not crack, but crack is for brokies? Clearly not. I watched at least 2 hours of footage of him smoking crack.
Yeah, this is hot, so I need you to make space.
Make space?
Yes. So I can set this down.
Make space where? I don't know what you're asking.
Just grab this plate bowl. Hi, y'all. Don't worry, I won't move nothing.
Sure, bud.
I'll do my best.
You're definitely gonna knock at least. See, you already hit it.
Just touched it, I didn't knock it.
Did I see the sex vid? Nah, bro, I'm not into watching crackheads have sex. Planet Moolah says hi, Axe.
Hi, Rolling Doll. Rolling Doll.
You just ignore Planet Moolah.
Oh, did you say Planet Moolah?
Yeah.
Hi, Planet Moolah. I didn't hear that. I thought you said Rolando said hi.
Planet Moolah said hi, axe, and he put the axe emoji.
Oh, sorry, Planet Moolah. Sorry, I'll take my hi back from Rolando.
Now Rolando said, hello, Axa.
No, it's too late. Just kidding.
Wow, I'm healthy.
Dang it, I meant to take a picture of this.
Too late.
Unbelievable. More about me.
No, I don't want to see the Barbie movie.
I asked him to.
Got you out me. I said no. Plus, she wanted me to dress up like Ken, so that was like, nah. I'm good. I'm good.
Like, I'm gonna be business Barbie. I have my pink blazer. I'm obviously gonna change my shirt, but you guys can see my skirt too. And I'll be like, bah! Look how official I am. Okay.
Thanks for that business, Barbie.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm gonna charge my phone before I leave.
There's an outlet in the wall right there.
I feel like possibly knocking stuff over. I think about my husband.
You 100% gonna knock it over at least
Dang, I
one
don't think I
time.
took a picture. I didn't take a picture?
No,
Damn it. No, it's not worth it.
it's not. Why you want a picture so bad?
Because I want to post about how much I hated when my mom did this
I
shit.
already knew that's what you were posting for. That's what I was asking.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm making you suffer.
You seen that apology video by the YouTuber with the ukulele? The little white lady? If so, then yeah, I saw it. Because she basically said she didn't give a fuck. That was hardly an apology.
What happened?
I don't know, but she was apologizing for something. And she's like strumming the ukulele. Like, first of all, that's like a happy ass instrument. So, I don't remember. Planet Moolah, what did she do again? So I can make a fake apology right now. Oh yeah, she's a pedophile. So she's like, sorry for messaging little kids.
Oh, hell no.
But she said it was a misunderstanding or something, but it's not really something you can misunderstand.
If you're remorseful, you're not singing is like a happy.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not about to sing an apology. Which I feel like.
She needs to be in jail, facts. Yeah. I didn't watch it long enough to know what it was really about because I was just like, I've seen enough here. Like the fact that you're playing the ukulele at all. But also, like, I can't imagine doing a public apology. I mean, for one, I can't see myself doing anything that I would need to apologize for. But even if I did, I feel like I'd just be like, fuck y'all.
I feel like there's no winning with the public apology.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, you're not about to make me beg for your forgiveness just to tell me I'm trash anyways.
Like, regardless, she did what she did, so there's no going past that. First off, let's start there. Second of all, even if it was a serious, sincere apology, and if you, like, actually legitimately meant it and cried or something, people would still call it fake.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I just feel like when you submit yourself to that apology, like I said, you have to do what the public wants forever, or then they're gonna be like, well, if you really changed, then you would be doing this, and you'll be doing this, and blah, blah, blah. And
Right.
you know what? I did what everybody else said I did, and I'm not sorry. Problem is, this be these people's sole income. So you can't really just be like, fuck everybody that watches my shit.
Yeah.
I would, but. What's up, bro? How you doing?
Well,
I don't think you know this person. I don't think y'all have interacted. Hey, bro, have you talked to Axel before?
what
All
is
right,
it?
this person right here. Can you see that?
I can't see. What's the name?
His real name or the profile name? The profile name is like Maka.
Mm.
I call him TZ Boy because that's his ad name.
Oh.
He said not much actually. Yeah, I feel like y'all are never on the stream at the same time. Anything you want to know about Axel? She hates anime. That's the first thing. So y'all probably won't get along.
You right.
It's weird hearing TZ Boy. I haven't been called that since my teens. I stopped watching anime 5 years ago. Why'd you stop, bro?
But it's stupid.
This is not stupid.
Uh-huh.
Netflix ruined anime. It's fair. But ain't there like other platforms you can watch that aren't influenced by anime or not? Or you're saying it ruined anime as a culture
That would make sense.
because it's cool now?
Yeah.
Who was Axel's favorite 90 Day Fiance character?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Probably Larissa.
No. Let me think of that.
Okay.
No, that's Anfisa.
Who?
Anfisa.
Who's that? The Arabic dude?
She's like the Russian girl. Remember her? She dated like a big white guy.
Mm-mm. With the weed mogul guy?
Yeah, that one.
I never seen that.
She's funny as fuck.
Any like memorable quotes or something?
She was just crazy, to be honest. Like, just really unreasonable.
Hmm.
Actually, no, Larissa. Larissa's my favorite.
I literally said that. That was the first thing I said.
You're right. I thought of someone else being Larissa, but Larissa's the Brazilian girl, right?
Kochi.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Now Larissa's my favorite. Because she's the most unreasonable person. She's more unreasonable than Larissa, so. Yeah.
No,
got it.
Larissa's more unreasonable than her.
Yeah. Let me think who else.
Kochi.
Yeah, that's about it.
I thought Axel was gonna say Kochi. Axel's not good at impressions.
Yeah, I am. Ask me to do an impression. Anyone.
Don't do
Try
it.
to make it popular so that I know them.
Don't do it, Shaw. You're gonna
Like-
cringe. You're gonna be like,
Like
what
if
is
you
this?
say Elmo,
Definitely don't say Elmo.
or if you say Donald Duck.
I wasted this on me. He said do Taylor Swift.
Ooh, that's a hard one.
Chris Rock.
I knew you were trouble when you walked in. I can't
Do George
okay, these
Lopez.
are terrible.
George Lopez.
I can't do George. I can't do.
Alright, y'all do
anything.
characters. Don't do people.
Okay, thank you. There we go.
Somebody said a Flying Dutchman or SpongeBob or something.
And nothing. Okay, I'm gonna walk away. I'm gonna go in the hole. Okay, well, since there's no true characters, I'm gonna go get ready for the Barbie movie.
Sandy.
Sandy, perfect! I love Sandy!
This is gonna be horrible.
I wanna go home. I wanna go back to Texas. The ocean's no place for a squirrel. I miss my 50 acres. Okay, that's all I got. Fun fact, anytime we have to fly to Texas for Jalen's family, I'll sing that song all day until we get to the airport. And I'll keep going. You know, you have a pretty good vocabulary, Planet Moolah.
He was in the military.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
Yeah. You get disability for that?
I was like, wow. I was like, look at you. I learned that in school, so. But I guess if you learned in the military, that makes sense.
Yeah, because all of our ears are messed up.
That would make a lot of sense.
They blow shit up right next to you, and they're like, "Don't worry, these little things will protect you."
And they did not protect you.
No, I need to claim that on my disability.
Oh yeah, 'cause you'd be like not hearing and shit.
Just walk up in there, and they're like, "So, you have any problems with hearing?" And I just
You're
stare
like,
at the
"What?"
wall. No, I just stare at the wall.
Like-
And I wait till they get in front of me. I'm like, "Oh, yeah, I can't hear anything."
And be like, did you say something? I saw your lips move. Can you use your eyesight too? Because you don't be saying shit.
That's actually a good one. My vision did deteriorate. It had nothing to do with the military, but
They don't know that.
I don't know that either.
But the thing is, they don't know it. So,
Exactly.
just be like, matter of fact, I remember I woke up one day when I was at, what is it, camp?
Sure.
The fields? The fields?
Yeah, the field. I know a Marine heavy artillery vet with fucked up hearing. I think I know 1,000. You don't even have to be field artillery for that, because everyone still goes and trains and does that shit. But obviously, if that's like your particular job, you do it more than everyone else.
Talk about your mental health.
No. I wouldn't even be able to lie about that. It's just not my personality.
Yeah. That'd be kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
You asshole. Why'd you even think of that?
You're
What
stupid.
the fuck is wrong with you?
You know, the person that does jujitsu, that I'm not gonna say, the one from Ohio that moved down here,
Mm-hmm.
he 100% has PTSD, and I told him he should claim that shit, and he was like, "Fuck no, they might try to take my guns and all this other shit." And I was like, "Yeah, that sucks." But he could definitely get 100%. Like,
Well, I remember you told me the stories about
yeah,
her.
he's been blown up and shit. So.
That's crazy.
But yeah, man, lots of soldiers have fucked up hearing. Lots of them just don't know it either. Especially with those shitty ass hearing tests, bro. Like, everyone's confused while they're doing it, and they're like, "Did the test start? Is it over?" And they're just like, "You passed. Your hearing's great." And you're like, "All right." What was my main injury? I'm not really injured, bro. What makes you ask that? I have scoliosis, but that was from birth, and it was made worse, but it's not from the army. The only thing I messed up in the army was my knee. I tore my meniscus.
Any shit like that will not get you money.
You're right. Oh, I get what you're asking. You think that I get a disability check right now? I don't get a disability check. I do not. That's like 10%. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know, because I never claimed it. But my brother gets 100% from boxing. Yeah, there's not actually anything going on with my hearing. I just talk a lot of shit. Yeah, boxing. My brother boxed for the army, so broken nose, wrists are messed up, knees are messed up, handful of concussions that he has records of, and some other shit I don't even remember. Long-term exposure. Oh, long-term lead exposure causes problems too. Hell yeah. For sure. Yeah, there's lots of things in the military that will cause you problems. Boxing is an MOS if you fight for the Army. He was in a world-class athlete program. His job was to box. So he got captain's pay to box. That was his orders. That was his place of duty. That is what he had to do. So it's not like he was it's not like he was field artillery and he would box in his free time. Like he was a boxer for the Army. Hey, walaikum assalam. I don't know who this is, but let me see. I got no information from looking at your page, just more symbols. Wow, I didn't know that. I think most people don't know about the World Class Athlete Program. Unless you're a super high level athlete, you just wouldn't know about it. There's even a kid that I coach right now, and he made it to pro in soccer. Like he made it to a pro selection team, and I was like, and he kind of hates his life right now. And I'm like, bro, why don't you play soccer for the Army? And he's like, kind of over it. And he was thinking it was like an extracurricular thing too. And I'm like, yeah, but like you hate being aviation. You made it to pro level in soccer. That's literally the highest selection criteria. Like they will pick you up tomorrow if you apply. And I showed him all the paperwork and stuff, and he's like, so I would just get paid to play soccer? And I'm like, yes, bro, the life. I'm from Iraq. How are you? I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm here chilling. I just ate some soup. I'm just talking with everyone. How are you doing? That's dope, but seems weird. What seems weird? What exactly seems weird? Maybe I can clarify something for you. If you think about it. All right, let me say it like this. You understand the band and drill team, but not sports? Why? What's the difference? It's the same shit. No. Yeah, he said he understands band and drill, but he doesn't understand sports. But if you think about it like this, like I said, like that sport is your place of duty. This program is so that people will make it to the Olympics, because if you have a member of the military representing the Olympics, obviously that's going to help with recruitment, right? You're like, hey, this could be you. They know it's not going to be you. Like, just like the NFL, the NBA, whatever, 100,000 people go up the chain, like 30 of them actually make it. So what they really think is you're going to sign up thinking that you can make it to WCAP, but you suck at sports. And so then you will have an MLS because you won't be playing a sport. So if you're enlisted, you join, you have an MOS, and probably shortly after you get to your unit, basic training, AIT, after all of that stuff, you would apply. And if you're really good, you would know you're going to get accepted. A regular person is not going to get accepted. If you look at the selection criteria, like if you want to just toss me a sport right now, I'll go read the selection criteria for WCAP. And you'll be like, okay, I see why these guys get paid to do this shit all day, because they're literally like the best people in the country. And like I said, their goal is for you to make the Olympics. The best way they can support you doing that is moving you to Colorado and having you train full time as a professional athlete. Okay, let's look up basketball. They don't know shit about wrestling, so they're gonna be like, what's What does the selection criteria even mean? Okay, WCAP home. To be honest, let me see. Entry standards. Baseball, boxing. Honestly, basketball might not be on this bitch because rugby 7, soccer, weightlifting, wrestling, track and field, badminton. Can't do it for boxing. I mean for basketball, sorry, I think I said boxing out loud, but I was thinking basketball in my head. Yeah, you're gonna have to pick another sport. Can't be a basketball player. Why am I afraid of Arabs? Who said I'm afraid of Arabs? What are you talking about? Track. Okay, yeah, let's look up track. That's a great example. Track and field. Okay. 100 meters, you need to have ran 10.16 to get selected for this program. So at some meet in your life, at some high level meet, you need to have run 10.16. And I know you know how fast that is. Everyone else might not know how fast that is, but how many people do you know that have run a 10.16? What was my fastest 100 ever with wind? I ran a 10.39 one time, but that wasn't like typical. I would run like 10.5s and stuff like that. Even, 10.5, 10.6, 10.7s. I did run 10.39 once. Was it wind legal? That doesn't matter. I still did it. I know how fast that is. Yeah, it's fast as fuck. That's what I'm saying. So this isn't like, you're pretty fast. Why don't you come on down to WCAP and see if we could turn you into an Olympic athlete? It's like, no, like you're already on your way there. There's no point in us not trying to get you to the Olympics. Like, why would we send some dude that ran a 10.1 in the 100 to go fix cars and hate his life and think about what he could have done in the sport? Like we're gonna help each other out. You get to go potentially make the Olympics. We get a cool recruiting ad when we put you up on the billboard and say, this dude loves the Army. Look at him. He's running as a job. Bro, you think 10.5 is fast? But in Texas, it wasn't, though. My teammate ran a 10.08 at state, bro. 10.08. He beat Marquise Goodwin in that race. And I was in high school. I can pull up the article if you want. Do I think Bolt's record will be broken in the next 20 years? The 100, no, but the 200, probably. Probably. Hi from Brazil. What's up, bro? How are you doing? There's new people in here today. We got Iraq, we got Brazil. What part of Brazil are you from? Chat popping. For real, though. Rio de Janeiro. Oh, Rio de Janeiro. Because y'all say R's like H's, right? Rio. Do you say your name like Felipe or Felipe? I don't really know how to speak Portuguese. I don't even know if you know how to tell me which one. Okay, 1 is Felipe, 2 is Felipe. I guess there could be a third option, and I'm saying both wrong. But oh, Felipe. Okay, Felipe, do you know Spanish or do you only know Portuguese and English? You know what I noticed? I noticed Portuguese speakers can understand Spanish better than Spanish speakers can understand Portuguese. You only know English, bro? You're from Brazil. What are you doing with your life? Or are you saying only English extra? You gotta know Portuguese. But yeah, Spanish speakers, like I can understand Portuguese for sure on paper. Like if I read it, I can be like, okay, I know what that says. And if someone speaks it really, really slow, then I can say, oh, okay. You know, like porta kind of sounds like puerta, but um, outside of that, if it's spoken fast, that shit sounds like something else to me. It doesn't even sound understandable. What was I looking up before, y'all? I feel like I was looking something up and I forgot. Oh, I think I was gonna look up PJ running at 10:08. Put the article in the chat. This might be a dumb question, but why does Brazil speak Portuguese? They were invaded by Portugal. I'm not gonna say that's a dumb question because it's not. I don't think there's really a such thing as dumb questions. But I would say, why else would they speak Portuguese? I can't think of another reason that a country would speak the language of those big colonizers like that, unless they were colonized by that country. There could be another reason, I'm sure. Somebody like Rolando might know the answer, but that's the only reason I can think of. Because we were colonized by Portugal. Exactly. And from what I understand, Portuguese in Portugal is what like British English is to us, where it's similar enough to where you say it's the same if you don't speak them, but if you speak them, you would say, it's not really the same. You didn't know Portugal had conquistadors? Bro. I don't know how Portugal got out of, somehow they got washed out of like that kind of history. But Portugal was big, bro. Portugal just is kind of like a forgotten colonizer, but they were out there. They were out there, man. They were legit before. I should say they were legit before Spain was. Like, even when people try to decide like which language is older, because neither one of the languages now, so Portuguese and Spanish, they're not the language that was spoken when they started. It's like Old English to us. It's just mainly unintelligible. Like I looked at a really old Spanish script one time, like the first Spanish script ever, and I was like, bro, this doesn't even look like Spanish. But yeah, like Portuguese was declared an official language before Spanish ever was. But Portuguese were big into the slave trade. Yup. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Somehow, kind of like Planet Moolah just said, whenever people talk about history and conquerors and stuff, it's kind of like they don't talk about Portugal at all. It's kind of weird. Kind of weird. So we're getting into a history live today, huh? We've been all over the place, man. I can't remember what we were talking about last time, but I'm like, man, this is real different. Now we're doing the history thing today. Felipe, you trying to teach me Portuguese or what, bro? You're a motion designer. I'm looking at your YouTube page right now. What does a motion designer do? Spanish had the first grammar book. Interesting. Didn't know that. Oh, animations. I'm looking at your Instagram right now. Very interesting. If any of you guys want to look at what I'm looking at, here's some of Felipe's stuff. Pretty interesting. But Rolando, how do you know that they had the first grammar book? Are you saying they had the first grammar book out of Spanish and Portuguese? And how do you know that? Where can I find it confirmed? Actually, I'm just gonna Google that right now. No problem, Felipe. Good work, man. I like it. If I ever need some fucking animations, I'm gonna hit you up. And was this grammar book for modern Spanish, or was it like that old ass shit that I can't read? Let me see. Grammar. He wrote poetry, blah, 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 encouraged the study of classical languages and literature. Okay, let me look at this article. Writes first grammar in the history of Spanish. He wrote the first veritable grammar of Spanish and made Spanish the first vernacular Latin language to be defined. Oh, okay. July of 1492. Interesting. Most people didn't even think that that the language had a grammar. You know, it's so weird, man. And this is weird to think about and try to comprehend. This language exists, right? And clearly it has rules because that's how he was able to write them down. But how do you know the rules? Like if I never read an English grammar book, like, I don't think I could just listen to people talk and write the rules down. Does that make sense? Like, or is there something that I'm missing about writing a grammar? Like, did people discuss these rules but no one ever wrote them down? Or did he literally just say, like, I'm just gonna listen to people talk and write it down? We make that shit up as we go. How does writing a grammar work, Rolando? We need to know. He had a reference point, Latin. So what you're saying is he looked at one of their grammars He said grammar is for plural of grammar, but he looked at a Latin grammar and he said, I'm going to do this, but for Spanish, is what you're saying. So if I wanted to do it for English, let's pretend that there was no English grammar. Then I could look at his Spanish grammar and say, okay, I'm going to try to come up with like what our rules are that looks like kind of like this. Latin is the granddaddy of Spanish. True. What other languages do I speak? I only speak English and Spanish. I want to learn Portuguese, but I don't have anyone. I need to find someone that I'm interested in talking to, so I can have more motivation to learn it. Because right now, I don't have the motivation, man. And any other language that I know is like not enough for me to say that I know it. I just keep it to myself. You can help, maybe. But what if I talk to you one time and I'm like, nah, I'm bored. But I do want to learn, for sure. When I get done with this, I'll probably shoot you a message on Instagram and we'll talk about it. We'll talk. But yeah, I like to find someone that speaks the language, and I like to pay them some money just to talk to me and help me advance in the language. So maybe this could be my sign. This could be my sign right here. Not entirely sure how he pulled it off, but anyone who has studied ancient Greek and Latin has been immersed in grammatical terms. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I wouldn't have the capacity to do that shit, bro. That's too much. I like looking up like grammatical rules, but that's about it. Have I ever been to Brazil? No, but I have a really good friend who goes there all the time. He was engaged to a girl there, but they recently broke off their engagement. So, but he used to go there all the time, and he learned Portuguese. And I told him I was gonna learn, and I'm like, we'll be able to talk to each other in Portuguese. But like I said, I never found someone that I really wanted to talk to. So I like looking up the origins of words. Me too, man. I love etymology. Super interesting seeing where words come from, and sometimes just actually just seeing the origin makes you think like, man, I never even thought about this word before, but it's super obvious like that it would mean that. Planet Moolah, you've been everywhere, man. You're well traveled. Which one of those was your favorite, Planet Moolah? Latin was the language of instruction at Harvard when it was founded. That's not surprising. Not surprising. Y'all want to know something really weird? I should look it up before I say it just to be sure. But since we're talking about universities and shit like that, Oxford was before the Aztec Empire. Isn't that weird to think about? Now let me look it up just to make sure I'm not lying to y'all. Blah 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 blah. Okay, Oxford University is older than the Aztecs. See, I'm not a liar. As early as 1096, teaching had already started in Oxford. About 1249, it had grown into a full-fledged university. It's not the oldest university, but it is old. It's pretty crazy. Sometimes when you find out two history dates, you're kind of like, this doesn't seem right. But it is. Where am I from, or where's Planet Moolah from? I'm originally from Texas, and right now I live in the state of Washington. Unless you're talking to Planet Moolah. Me and Planet Moolah are opposites, because he's from up here, and now he lives in Texas. India is the birthplace of universities. Muslims copy them with madrasas. I didn't know that, but that makes sense. I mean, India is the birthplace of a lot of stuff. I just realized that dude that came in here and asked us why we hate Arabs never said anything again. We never got an answer about why he said that. It didn't show from you when he said that. Maybe you weren't in the chat yet. He came in like pretty early, and he said, "I'm from Iraq. How are you?" And I said, "I'm good. How are you?" And he said, "Why do you hate Arabs? Western media lies to you." And that was the end. Nobody in Iraq's on YouTube. Oh man, what y'all doing tonight, man? Why y'all on YouTube? No, I didn't ban them. It takes a lot for me to block people, bro. Like on any social media, I will just let people talk to themselves. What time is it here? It's 7:51. Sun's still out for right now, but probably in another hour it'll go down. I have to bring out the ring light. We could do a long live tonight. Gaming as usual before my trips. Where you going? That's where Cap and Gown comes from. I actually knew that. But that kind of goes with what we were just saying about etymology. If you look up words, because I'll do that. Like if I see, I don't know, like even when I did graduate, I remember just thinking like, where do these terms come from, bro? Like what does this even mean? And I would Google it. And I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Let's go till Axe gets back from Barbie, bro. I think that movie starts at 9 o'clock, so that will be a really long time from now. But I'll think about it. What is it? It's 8 o'clock. I've been on here for an hour. Let's say she gets back at 10 something. Oh, I don't know, bro. We'll try. I've narrowed it down to 4 places: Costa Rica, Asunción, Montevideo, or Buenos Aires. 5-hour PR. My charger's in the room, and I just don't know. I don't know yet. We'll see. I don't like to make promises if I'm not sure. So let's get closer to the time, and we'll make a decision. It depends on who's still in here too. If everyone leaves. No, nothing against you, no disrespect. But I'm not about to talk to just you for 4 hours, so kind of depends on how lit it is. I just need Gatorade. You know, I do need to get up and get like a big cup of water. I feel not hydrated enough. And I didn't even do anything today. Barely. Just kind of chilled out. Took the day off of work. You ever been sleepy from not doing anything? That's where I'm at right now. Got some native consultants next week. Then make my choice. What are you gonna make your choice based on? What are you looking to hear or not hear? Or what are you even looking for? Like, what do you want to go visit these places for? Just interaction, views, or what? Felipe, what time is it in Brazil right now? I could Google it, but it's easier to just ask you. We are the champions, my friend. I need some snacks. 11:54, man, that's late. Did you do anything today special or no? It's Friday night. You didn't go out or something? Just interaction, networking. So getting a lay of the land for each place. So what would one of these natives tell you that would make you say, this is the place that I want to go? I'm not pumped for the fight. Paul versus Diaz. What is that, like 2 weeks away? I don't care about that fight, but I'll probably end up watching it. But home playing video games. What do you play? We'll see if you play any of the games that anyone else in the chat plays. All I do is play Call of Duty Mobile on my phone. That's it. The Last of Us. You know what? My coworkers play that game. I really need to get a PS5. That's what I need to do. Felipe, you don't know this, but I'm moving to Colombia next month. And I think I'm going to get a PS5 when I go out there. Hopefully I have more time on my hands and I can play consoles. Do it. The Last of Us is the best game of all time. That's a bold claim, bro. I've already done a ton of research. I just wanted some native perspective to add to my data. So what is your data telling you? Like I said, data and data. What is your data telling you? Where are you leaning towards? I think you were leaning towards Buenos Aires, right? That's where you wanted to go? Best game of all time. Okay, what's the second best game of all time? Let me see you guys' taste. I need to see if I can trust you. It's more than just a game, it's a movie. The Last of Us 2? Wait, why is 2 not number 1? Why is 2 number 2? Does that make sense? I'm guessing The Last of Us 2 is like a sequel, right? Why is that not better than the first one? Yeah, that flight to Buenos Aires is gonna be long, bro, but could be worth it. I've heard good things. Second best game of all time is obviously Tetris. I like Tetris. I do like Tetris. And Zelda. Okay. Zelda's fair. But like, y'all don't play those games on PS5. I need to know, okay, let's keep this at PS5. What are the best games on PS5? Final Fantasy VII. Ooh, Silent Hill was good. Costa Rica. I don't know how I feel about Costa Rica. I've never been there, but just like all my friends that don't speak Spanish like to go there. Because it actually...
Usually a bad sign.
That's what I was thinking in my head. But I've seen people like post videos and whatever. and they're like business Barbie. Um, and they're always like, yeah, Costa Rica's cool. Costa Rica's expensive. I didn't know that.
Sounds expensive.
Did I ever play Resident Evil? Yeah. What kind of games do I like? Man, I'm not a hardcore gamer, man. Like I said, I don't even have a console, so all I do is play Call of Duty Mobile. I suck at the actual Call of Duty on the console because I never play. So whenever I do play, I'm like, this feels so weird, and I don't ever have enough time to get adjusted. 'Cause I just get killed. But we were playing Mortal Kombat a couple weeks ago. I was killing them on that. What else did we play? So I play sports games too, but you probably don't like NFL type stuff. I used to play FIFA when I was younger. Now I don't play it. What else? What else? What else? I like Super Smash Bros. What else? I don't know. All the old school games, like Tekken, stuff like that. I used to play Tekken a lot. Mario Kart. You gonna make some videos when you go out there, or are you strictly doing it for you and not gonna post anything? 'Cause I love watching stuff like that. See, I didn't go to work today, so I didn't get me a claw. No claw. No White Claw for me, just water. I can, but it was for dev networking mostly. I feel you. Don't do it because of me. Don't feel forced to make travel content. I'm just saying. I just like seeing that stuff. I feel like there's certain areas too that people don't really make videos about, or at least it doesn't pop up on mine. So even like with Colombia, like people post hella videos, Medellin, Bogota. But if you like the coastal towns, people sometimes go there, but there's just no content creators that go there because it's not like cool. There's no like nightlife and girls running around like people want to see, right? So even Cali, like I've seen a handful of people make videos there, but it's not like a monthly thing where you just see new videos popping up. Probably scared to have their phone out. I work with a guy from Cali. I told him about you. What did he say? If you would have told me about somebody from somewhere that I was from, I'd be like, yeah, I don't know him, so just kidding. I'd have been like, hey, hometown bro. Did he say don't go? I love when people say that. What was his initial reaction? Been checking flights like every other day. When are you planning to go? Told him you have a pal that wants to move there, and he said that's awesome. That's a good sign. Hey Felipe, how do you feel about Brazil? Do you feel Brazil is safe? I know Brazil is a huge country. Do you feel like where you're from is safe? Because I remember when my friend would go out there to see his girlfriend / fiance, even people here that left from Brazil to come here, they'll be like, don't go there, it's not safe, blah blah blah, like it's not worth it, find a different girl. So I feel like when people that are from somewhere say it's safe, that's a good sign. It's not safe? Oh damn. Well, at least you're honest. At least you're honest. It says Cali doesn't get any tourists, which makes it better. Yeah, I agree. That's what I said. There's not even in like travel videos and stuff like that. City of God. Yo, I love that movie. That's one of my favorite, if not my favorite movie of all time. That was probably one of the one thing that I was like, I want to learn Portuguese so I could watch this movie with no subtitles. Yeah, I love that movie, man. I know you're from Brazil, so you probably don't know, but City of God is like a man. It's like a I don't think cult classic is a good phrase to describe it, but it's one of those movies that's not super popular, but if people know about it, they're usually like, "Oh, that's one of the best one of the best movies I've ever watched." Like, but you live in a favela. That's cool. His girlfriend did too, which is another reason why they were like, "You definitely should not go over there." But he would go over there. He would come back fine. Rio's beautiful, but I didn't feel safe walking around during the day. Yeah, and so that's the thing. I wouldn't want to go somewhere where I actually felt unsafe. It's one thing if people tell you it's unsafe, but you're like, I don't feel in danger. Even if you are in danger, as long as you don't feel like you're in danger, that's cool. But I don't want to feel uneasy like every day that I'm outside. Hmm. I'm not gonna lie, I really don't know anything about either one of those presidents besides the first one got COVID like 3 times and it was like, I'm fine. He was kind of like the Donald Trump of Brazil, right? That's all I know about him. And then he was like trying to destroy the rainforest. I just don't know how to get cheaper flights. Um, I don't either. Sometimes it depends on where you're going from and what day of the week you buy in. Uh, but sometimes, yeah, if it's a long distance, it's just gonna be, it's just gonna be expensive. But if you look at in-country or in-continent flights, they'll be a lot cheaper. Um, so you might be able to fly to a certain country for cheaper and then fly to where you want to go from there. So I don't know. I hear he did a lot to get people out of poverty the first time he was president. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I don't really know anything about him. I don't know much about Brazil, to be honest. Besides Brazilian funk. 800 is cheap, bro. Compared to some other, there's some 15, $1,600 tickets. That's the only thing I know about Brazil. We are good people. I believe that. I believe most people are good people. So most people are opportunistic, but they're good people still. Like I said, um, even if you like watch these travel videos where they walk into these dangerous places, like almost all the people that they pass are like, hey, you don't want to be here, you should get out of here, this spot's dangerous, it's not safe. And they just want to make content, so they keep walking. But the people of the neighborhoods always try to like help them out and tell them to leave. Planet Moolah said, let's see the fit. Oh, I was like, who you talking to? Axel. She already came over here and showed you Business Barbie, bro. This AC is actually too cold for me right now. This is my one time to be Ken and I effed it all up. I'm okay with that. I don't want to be Ken. I still think it's hilarious that Lionel Messi is in Miami right now. Just walking around grocery stores. Got the laptop ready, so that's good. Yeah, that is good. Oh, so you're gonna have a decoy phone, like a keep your good phone in the house and take a ratchet phone outside just in case it gets snatched or what? Smart. I don't know how Argentina is about like pickpockets and phone snatchers. Probably depends on the city. I do know, so like I listen to a lot of like rap music from there, and so I definitely know. I've watched a couple of them do like at home interviews, and so they'll walk outside and they'll be like, "Yeah, this part right here. If you're not from here and you walk through here, you'll probably get robbed." And I'm like, "All right." Sounds like every place every rapper's from. So I know Argentina definitely has some spots like that. I don't know. I think any big city's like that, to be honest. It's kind of like what we talked about before. It's like having poverty next to money. It's always bad. You're gonna watch that Johnson movie on YouTube? How did I hear about it? Same way I heard about a Serbian film or anything else. One day I was sitting in my college dorm and someone was like, "Yo, you gotta watch A Strange Thing About the Johnsons." And I'm like, "What's it about?" And they're like, "I can't tell you, bro. You just gotta watch it." And I'm like, "Alright." Start playing that shit. Bro, 2 minutes into it, you're just gonna be like, "What the am I watching, bro?" Not even 2 minutes. I think it's like 45 seconds into the movie. It's confusing enough that you'll just be like, "Should I turn this off right now?" And it just gets worse. And it's one of those things that you bring it up and people that have seen it before, they're like, "Bro, I'm not talking about this. Like, let's stop." Is it creepy? I don't think creepy is the word to describe it. Will I be scarred? You could be. You could be. Yeah, they do. Just gotta make sure it's set up properly. Makes sense. Yeah, like I said, I think all big cities kind of have problems like that. Some obviously worse than others, but some worse than others. I gotta make moves while I'm out there. What kind of moves? In the dev space. I need to learn that shit, man. I need to learn something like that just so I can say stuff like that and no one knows what I'm talking about. How long would it take me to break into that space that you're in? You got me anytime? I need to know a timeline. How long would it take me to start? From start to, okay, now I'm proficient enough that I might get hired by somebody. Six months? It's not too bad. It's not too bad. I mean, like I told you before, I think I'm not exactly sure yet, but when I move to Colombia, like I said, hopefully I have more free time. I want to kind of pick up something extra. since I'll have more
Wait,
time
yeah,
on my
your
hands.
briefcase,
She's talking to her friend about briefcases. They're really about to be
right?
business, Barbie.
Okay, I'm leaving now. Why are you laughing at?
Because you business, Barbie.
Your lips are pink.
It's alright. It'll be okay. Oh,
Yeah.
they're super pink.
Your Barbie. Axa, a real one? What did I do?
Just by being business, Barbie, I think. When am I gonna move? At the end of August.
I feel like, yeah.
Yeah,
in
what?
August. I feel like it's September closer.
Well, we're moving. Okay, yeah, we're leaving from here at the end of August, making a short stop in Texas, and then we're leaving. So beginning of September, yeah.
Oh, actually, I really wear these earrings.
Don't hit the mic. Your hand is so close to it. Felipe's from Brazil.
He lives in Brazil right now?
Yeah.
Wow.
I asked him, was it safe? And he said, no, it's not safe. I was like, that's real.
I want to go to Brazil.
Felipe, you think we could make it through Brazil and come back alive?
Yeah, but. Are you in Brazil right now?
Yeah, he's born and
That's
raised.
so
He's there.
cool.
He lives in Rio.
What?
In Rio.
I've always wanted to go to Carnaval. That'd be dope. Everyone's gonna be wearing pink at the movie
That's true.
if you have a personality. So,
That's why I'm not going.
literally. All right, bye, guys.
You can pump out your own site in like 3 months. That might be something I want to get into. I need to, anytime I want to get into something, I try to connect it to the other pieces of my life. So,
I'm gonna leave it unlocked.
yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So like even yesterday I told y'all that I saw this job listing for what you call it, for making, it was a channel on here that teaches people Spanish. So I was like, oh, that would be cool. Like if I could get hired by them to make their content, it would already be connected to something I'm already doing. No, she already had that. That's actually one of the first outfits I've ever seen her in, or I ever saw her in. Like, she used to do this thing called Wrestle Like a Girl, where she would travel across the country and get wrestling sanctioned for girls in different high schools and stuff. And so that was like one of her main business outfits. Literally your own site for training. That's cool. So right now I pay I can't even think of what it's called, Squarespace or something like that, to host my website. I pay those motherfuckers like $50 a month just to maintain that, for people to sign up for my training on there. And I'm always like, is this the only way, bro? Bro, I don't have a choice. There's nothing else I can do in this moment. I don't know shit about websites. I'm like, whatever. 15 a year. Yeah, that's way better. Come to Brazil, show you the cool places. I'm gonna take you up on that, man. Cause like I said, we're gonna move to Colombia, so we'll be way closer to Brazil. That will be a trip I'll be willing to make. I would definitely do that. Hold on, y'all. I gotta get some water and some candy. Ugh. Oh man. Is it possible you could end up staying longer than a year? Yeah, for sure. We just wanted to first we just wanted to get out there and see if we like it. If we do like it, then who knows what'll happen. I just don't like making super, super, super long-term commitments if I don't know what's going on. So, first, go out there. Well, if I like it and she doesn't, we'll talk about it. Because we are, we're married. So I can't just do whatever I want. Yes, we bought the tickets. Content about to be crazy. We'll see. I don't know, man. I'm not super extroverted, so the only thing I will say is that, like, if I get like a GoPro and strap it on my chest or something, I can make some decent content. But if I need to like set stuff up and like talk to people, like hey, can I record you real fast? Can we talk about this? I'm gonna be struggling. Oh yeah, now stuff like that. That's too easy. Yeah, I can go in a restaurant, talk about what I'm eating, blah blah blah. Somebody just texted me. Oh, I'll see now. I'm gonna put booties in the thumbnail. Never. Never. Is there anything I didn't like about my visit to Puerto Rico? Which time? I've been a couple times now. I don't think there's anything that I didn't like. Let me think. Nah, like, I guess the only thing maybe would be like San Juan is like, it's like where tourists go. And so kind of like what I said about Paris and all of these places, whenever it's a tourist hub, it just becomes like little America. Everything's super expensive. People are more rude, can be more rude than usual. Everything's about sales, and it's not like, it's not friendly. Everything is just like, we need to make money, and we know you got money because you're in a tourist area. But when we go to like the west side of Puerto Rico, or just even just away from San Juan, like I'm trying to think of like places where it was like straight up no tourist at. I gotta think on it. But yeah, the places where there were no tourists at, those were the coolest spots to me. Like, everything was cheaper. People were more friendly. If you needed help with stuff, they would really talk to you, and like, it seemed like they weren't in a rush and they weren't trying to get money from you. Just kind of like, oh, yeah, you don't want to be here. You want to go over there. Oh, like Loíza. Loíza is considered, Loíza's super black. So it's still got like a big connection to Africans that came over there. So the population is really black. Probably, if you look at it, I'm sure it's maybe one of the worst areas as far as crime goes, like at like nighttime type of crime and gang violence and stuff. But I didn't feel like threatened when I was over there and stuff. Like I said, all the grocery stores and stuff like that, we'll be like, man, this shit's 10 minutes away from San Juan and like it's way cheaper. What motivated me to move to Colombia? I have a really good friend that lives in Cali, Colombia, and life is really expensive here, and so I want to get away from here, at least for a little bit. So I was gonna move to the south of my country, in Texas, but we're young, relatively young, and we don't have kids, and so we're like, you know what? We wanted to travel anyways. We should travel right now. We should just go live somewhere else, and if we don't like it, we can always come back and whatever. So probably about to be way healthier eating over there compared to here. I think so. Like when we go to the rainforest in Puerto Rico, the fruits and foods out there, man, you're just like, man, it's just way different than the food where we're from. Like, for one, our food is not that good, and for two, it's like you can just taste that you're eating real food versus whatever the fuck they be selling over here. So, and I told y'all, as a part of my job training, I had to go to this little nutrition lecture, and man, this lady was showing us all of this stuff that is banned in so many other countries. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. We have so many compounds that increase estrogen, and they're banned in a lot of other places, bro, and they're just straight up in all of our stuff. The best places, some dudes being crazy in the projects. Yeah, Loisa definitely gets popping. Like, it can be bad. What was the name of the lady? Oh, she's one of my coworkers. Her name is Julia. So this was like a private thing. It wasn't like some like YouTube type of thing. Like she literally had like 20 of us in a room talking to us, answering our questions and stuff like that. But she's a dietitian at my job. Yeah, but no, okay, yeah. Loíza is a city in Puerto Rico. But let me see. Problem is that there isn't much difference in prices between Seattle and San Juan. Yeah, for day-to-day stuff, but like if you're talking about rent and stuff like that, because we were actually gonna move to Puerto Rico and not Colombia, but then we were like we might as well like really do it. Puerto Rico is not that far away from here. It's the same kind of lifestyle. We're like, let's really go somewhere else. So like you can get like some apartments and shit in Puerto Rico for $500 to $1,000, which is still not even close to what we pay. Like I said, $2,300 every month, right? So I'm sick of it, man. I'm sick of it. I gotta get out of here. So let me pull up some of the estrogen stuff. Sweden and Japan are the best about blocking and banning this stuff. But Red 40, like all of the stuff that we put in our foods, for instance, like this Red 40, you can use plants to make this dye. We just choose to use chemicals. I heard that the ingredients they use for junk food in Europe are not as unhealthy as the ones they use in this country. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. America is very unique in the stuff that we allow. That shit's and all the good stuff. Yeah, it is. That's the problem. All of this shit that I could list. Red 5 as well, bro. I actually took notes on all the compounds that she said. But it's on my phone, so I can't look at it right now. I'm just doing the ones that I know off memory because I was like, Red 40, that shit's in all of our food, bro. Oh, where was the other one? Was it Red 5? I thought it was Red 5. I know Red 40 for sure. I put that one in there. Well, there's another red dye. I'm pretty sure it's Red 5. And she was even telling us that like a lot of the stuff that people are allergic to here, it's not actually the stuff, it's the stuff that it's made with. So she was saying lots of people that have like gluten intolerance, if you go anywhere else in the world and eat gluten, you won't have those same reactions because it's not actually about the gluten. It's about like for instance, the wheat and vegetables that we grow here, they grow mold on them, and we allow it because we store it in dark places, right? But in other places, they won't allow that shit. Oh, bro, I love those warnings. I love those warnings on Mexican snacks, bro. We got this store right here that's Mexican. And like it almost, because I still be buying it. It almost makes you not want to buy the chips because it's got this big ass thing on here. It's like excess calories, excess fat. It says in Spanish, obviously, but it's like, and they're like big, bro. It's like all over the chip bag. It's like, all right, bro, all right, I'll put it back. But like our shit will say like low fat, low calorie, and it's really like 1,000 calories for one bag. And like, how's that low fat? How's it low calories? Basically, don't eat fruit. I mean, you gotta eat, bro. That's the problem with a lot of this stuff. Is like it's in all of our stuff, so you can't just not. Zaid, hi. Where are you from? Zero sugar. Besides Amazon, what else will you miss? I guess I won't know until I get there, bro. That's the point. The point is go out there, experience different things, and who knows? There's lots of stuff that you know what? When I used to live in Germany, the first time, we didn't have cable, bro. Like there was no way for you to get American TV over there. Now we got streaming services and stuff like that, right? But I went to Germany the first time when I was like a really little kid. And so, yeah, bro, you like watching all this German TV and shit, bro. And you don't even realize that you miss American TV because it's gone, bro. It doesn't exist. Like you live years without it. And then you come back home and you have 300 channels and you're like, oh shit, bro, I forgot you could pull up this on a Wednesday and this, that, and the other. So lots of things I think you'll miss, and you might originally when you don't have it, but when you don't have access to something, it's just like, whatever, I'm not going to keep thinking about it. Like, I didn't know, because I live right next to an Amazon warehouse. Like, bro, if I order something from Amazon right now, it will be at my house tonight or super early in the morning, depending on how much I'm willing to pay. So for me, when people are like, yeah, Amazon Prime gets stuff to my house in 2 days, I'm like, what do you mean? It's not the same day for you, bro? Like, that's crazy. But if that's not what you're used to, then you're like, that just doesn't exist. Will I buy a car? No. Not buying a car over there. Just walk, bro. That's the whole point. The whole point is living a totally different lifestyle. Everything's walkable, bro. It's not like here. We looked at the spot. We're like, you can walk everywhere you want to go. And if not, you call an Uber and they'll take you there. I'm not going to. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to save so much money, bro. I literally pay like $20 a day in gas. It's crazy. I'm from Iraq. Well, nice to meet you. I don't know how you got to my recommendation section, but keep going. I don't either, man. I wonder. I wonder how I got on there. Hopefully, they put me on more people's recommendation section. Damn, my screen just froze. Hold on, I'll see y'all comments in the section. I mean, in a sec. I'll see y'all's comments in a second. I keep seeing section right here, and it's like in my head. I think high-end electronic devices. You know what's crazy about Colombia, bro? Electronics cost more in Colombia than they do here. It's the weirdest thing ever, bro. It has something to do with the import and export and stuff. But like, I remember when I gave Will my iPhone, and he did something to it, and he needed to fix it. And then he was like in the mall, and I'm listening to him talk to the guy, and the guy's like, yeah, if you want this, that'll just be like, I don't know, like $150 or something. And I was like, what the hell? I'm like, no, bro. Like, I'm looking at this right here. Like, if I go do this today, it'll be $100. There's no way it's gonna cost you $150. And he's just like, oh no, if you buy electronics here or if you fix electronics here, it's way more expensive than over there. And I'm like, how, bro? How could anyone even afford that shit over there? It's crazy, bro. Like literally, me and David, someone else that he teaches Spanish, we chipped in and bought him a laptop because it would have costed him more to buy that laptop over there than it would for us to pay for it and send it to him. So it's crazy. How much longer? Our lease is up August 23rd, so that's when we'll leave here. And I'm gonna go stay with my mom in Texas for a week, maybe two, because I just found out that she's gonna be gone that whole week that we were supposed to stay there. It's just a work trip, so I didn't know that. So I might stay an extra, might make some changes to our tickets and stay an extra week. But either way, early September we'll be in Colombia and gone from here. Yeah, things being walkable, that's huge, man. Even that makes you more healthy, man. Like, people think because they work out hard, like one time a day, that they're living an active lifestyle. But it's like, if you sat in a chair the entire day and worked out for 1 hour, you did way more not working out than you did working out. So, my first Spanish teacher had his gaming PC stolen, and I chipped in to get him another GFX card. That's nice. Yeah, man. There was actually the World Weightlifting Championship was in Bogota in December, and this camera crew was there, and when they were recording some of the weightlifting, somebody snatched the rest of their equipment and their passports, bro. And it was like $20,000 worth of equipment. I was like, man, those dudes got rich that day, bro. When I was pouring concrete, that was active. Yeah, stuff like that. I've had a handful of clients that it's kind of like they just wouldn't listen to me, man. I'll be like, yeah, I believe that you're working out every day. I believe that you're starting to watch your nutrition. I'm like, but you're mainly living an inactive life. Like, you just are. They're like, no, I do so much stuff and blah, blah. I had a couple of dudes that because times got rough or whatever, they would end up doing stuff like that. They would pour concrete, or they would, what did the other guy do? He was like installing like pipes or something like that. I can't remember, but dude lost like 30 pounds in like 2 months, bro. He said, I swear to God, I'm eating more than ever and blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, bro, it's because you're moving around the entire day. That's way more important as far as health goes than like going to squat for 30 minutes. Like, yeah, that shit's hard in the moment, but it's still this much of your day. Which is why, there's hella fat powerlifters. Yeah, I'm not trying to pour concrete, bro. I believe you. Doing groundskeeping was the healthiest I've ever been. Yep, and you gotta walk around, man. You know what? I used to wear a heart rate monitor like full time, 24/7, and so when I right before COVID, because I'll be training people like all day. You know, I would burn like 5,000, 6,000 calories a day between training people and working out. During COVID, I was working out 2 times a day, bro. I'm talking about tough ass sessions too. I'll go run in the morning, do sprinting, blah blah blah, and I'll lift weights in the evening. But between those times, like I was literally laying around watching Netflix. In the day, it would say I burned like 3,000 calories, 3,500 sometimes if I went super hard. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this shit's got to be broken. And like I said, I just started realizing, like, yeah, I was training people like literally from 8 in the morning to like 8 at night, bro. So like, I was helping them put their weights up. I was showing them how to do stuff. I was walking around the gym just all day, bro, just moving. And that shit's, like I said, way more activity than you can get in a workout. So, the more you know. Okay, let me go back. I never sent y'all these other compounds. There's one compound that's banned in makeup, but it's in our food. So that was a weird one. Let me find it. Oh, it was red dye number 3, not number 5. That's why I couldn't find it. Red dye number 3 is banned in cosmetics because it causes cancer, but it's not banned in our food. Hilarious. Alright, now let me see. There's a handful of other compounds that were banned in Japan. Japan and Sweden, like I said, those are the best places to eat healthy food. Generally, I'm not really against chemicals, but the longer the list of ingredients is in your shit, the worse it probably is. The worse it probably is. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, ba, ba. Let me see if I can find it. Like if you look at some fucking oats, butter, whatever, in Europe, that shit's gonna say oats, butter. Our shit will be like, I don't even know. I'll have to pull up a stick of butter. But it's gonna have all this shit. And it's like, why would this shit say more than butter, bro? Why is there a list of ingredients here? Yeah, that is the problem. Anything healthy here would lead to some kind of political shit. Michelle Obama forced kids to eat healthy, and they said it was un-American and it was disgusting and blah, blah, blah. But then, like, what, 4 years later, 5 years later, they're like, oh, this obesity is an epidemic. We're preaching to the kids that they should blah, blah, blah. China makes their kids work out 3 times a day. We should be doing stuff like that. And I'm like, what? Like, I feel like no one's consistent with what they say. Like, if we forced kids to do anything here, they would say it was un-American. So, like, yeah. But I ain't gonna lie, those chips that Michelle Obama gave us, they were nasty as fuck. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they were good, but they were healthier. Yeah, yellow food dye number 5. Oh, that's what I was thinking of. Yellow food dye number 5 and number 6. They can be used in Europe, but kind of like me and Rolando were talking about, if you use that shit in Europe, you have to put a big label on your thing that says this contains yellow dye number 5 and 6. Imagine if our shit did that. Like, we'll have labels all over our bottles. Like, BHA and BHT. Severe restrictions in Europe, but widely used in American food products. BHA is listed in the United States government report on carcinogens as reasonably anticipated to be a human carcinogen. So they're saying, yeah, this shit will give you cancer, but it's in your food. What else? There's another one I'm thinking of, and I can't think of the name of it. Can't think of the name. Contrarianism is massive in politics. Facts. That's why I really don't talk politics with people, because it's like they don't really care about the issue at hand. They care about who the issue's coming from and what side you're on. You could literally say like, I hate how the Democrats are, and then you insert something that Republicans are doing, and they'll be like, hell yeah, blah blah blah, and it's like, yeah, bro, that's what Republicans are doing actually. And reverse, you could do the reverse. You could do that with a lot of stuff. So politics is just shit's garbage. Garbage. Yo, Phil hasn't been in here today. Wonder what Phil's doing. I gotta find this chemical I'm thinking of, man. You ever hear about Obama phones? I haven't heard that in a long time. Damn, bro, that was like, what? It's probably been 10 years now, bro. Maybe it was a fungus and not a mold that I'm thinking of. That could ruin my search. High estrogen foods to avoid. Estrogen-like fungi that colonize on corn, barley, wheat. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I think it was phytoestrogens. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to send y'all this article because it lists more than just that. Harrison Sharkey. Is it Sharkey or Sharkey? What's up, though? Since Obama's been out of office, you barely ever hear of him. Well, you don't really hear about any president that's out of office. When's the last time you heard about George Bush? I still hear about Obama, but it's because he's like doing like cool stuff. You know what I mean? Like he'll go on someone's podcast or something like that, and be like, hey, good to see you're still alive, man. How am I? I'm good. Just here talking, man. Where are you from? I'm about to read this. Let me find out it's everything in my kitchen. Yeah, I wouldn't look too deep into it, man. It's hard to avoid that stuff. You say Trump hasn't left the picture, but it's because he only served one term. He still has the chance of serving a second term. So you would have to wait until his second term was done to see if he's really going to be out of the picture. And he did get quiet for a while, mainly because he got banned off of Twitter. But he got quiet for a while. I always hear about that also. You're Australian? What time is it in Australia, bro? It has to be like the morning over there, right? That's one of my coworkers texting me. It's Friday night, bro. No chance. No chance I'm opening that text. He took a breather. 1:51 p.m. That's crazy. What are you doing at 1:51 on a Saturday on YouTube, bro? Why aren't you out having some fun on a Saturday afternoon? Trump's a walk-in lawsuit. Every time I open up the news, he's being sued by somebody. You know, it happens. It happens. On your break at work? What do you do for work, bro? If you don't mind. And what made you click on this video? I've never seen you before. We've had like 4 new people in here today. Something's going on. Something's going on. But you're the first person from Australia. Everyone else was like from Iraq and Afghanistan. I don't know how that happened, but I think YouTube's trying something new with the algorithm or something. I work at Bunnings warehouse. What y'all got in that warehouse, bro? What do? You stock or what? Harrison's from Iraq and not Australia. That would be a twist. Well, if he just types some Arabic and he's like, got you, and then he just logs out. I saw the stream title, and I was like, yo, this is a cool idea, self-improvement chat stream. Hell yeah. Damn, so I gotta keep doing that. I gotta keep doing that title. Yeah, man, we get on here like, I'll say 3 times a week. I usually do like a Monday, Wednesday, Friday kind of thing, kinda. Sometimes it changes, but mainly it's gonna be it's a weird time for you, but for us, it's the end of the day, you know. So we get on here, we talk about a little bit of everything, world news, languages that we're learning, stuff like that. What are you working on in life? What are you trying to do with your life? It's not a trick question. You can say anything you want. The algorithm is algorithming. Facts. You just started the gym? Congratulations, my friend. The most important thing is being consistent. So if you just started, you're going to be tempted to go really hard, but you should just do a little bit better every time. Every week. I'll say every week. What's your favorite exercise? What do you think about when you think of the gym? You're like, oh, I can't wait to go hit this. Just stopped. Can't ever stop, man. Can't stop. It's for life. Gym's fine. Oh, that's good. That's good. Y'all getting back at the gym? Okay. Well, you don't know this because this is your first time in my stream, but I'm a professional strength and conditioning coach. That's like my profession. That's what I do. So, like I said, most important thing, let's just say you did 3 sets of 10 on lat pull downs. Let's just say you used 10 pounds. So you did 30 total reps with 10 pounds. If you really want to get technical, you did 300 pounds of work right there, right? So next week, I would want to do a little bit more than that. You could do 4 sets of 8 because that'll put you at 32 reps. You could do the 3 sets of 10 again with a slightly heavier weight because it'll still be total weight moved that's more. But either way, you want to push something because your muscles will grow based on progression over time. If you keep doing the exact same thing over and over again, which a lot of people do and they don't know it, eventually nothing will happen. So just because it feels hard doesn't mean you're doing more. That's what I'll say. Sometimes it actually feels easier and you're like, but I know for a fact I put 5 more pounds on here. What do I think about calisthenics? I don't think anything about them. I think it's activity and it's good. Yeah, I think everyone has their own thing. Whenever people think about exercise and activity, they think about the gym. But, there's plenty of healthy people in the world that have never stepped in a gym before. And you don't need to. You don't have to. There wasn't even gyms at some point, right? We didn't have squat racks and stuff. If any of you are really into weightlifting stuff, you probably know the Steinborn squat. Where he used to take the bar off the ground like that and then stand up with it because they didn't have squat racks. It wasn't a thing yet. Someone had to be smart enough to say, like, hey, I think we could prop this up. So I think calisthenics are cool. I personally love doing that type of stuff. If anybody follows me on Instagram, they'll see like I post pull-ups all the time, push-ups, like plyometric type stuff with just my body weight and stuff like that. So I mean, like, yeah, I'm a competitive weightlifter, but it's kind of weird. But like, that's my sport. It's not necessarily like the most fun thing for me to do, if that makes sense. My break's almost over. I gotta go. Thanks so much for the advice. Hey, glad to see you in here. See you next time, maybe. Peace, 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 peace. I love burpees. Oh, no, I do not love burpees. What's my Instagram? I'll post it right here. Hold on 1 second. I could just type the ad name, but I feel like putting the link's better because someone will actually click it if there's a link. Wow, that's me. Let's see if I can hit share. Why do they make it so difficult to share stuff from Instagram on a laptop? Okay. I like lifting weights naked. That's a little weird. Guess I better get my ring light, huh? It's starting to get darker. I was gonna reply to something and I forgot. I can't remember. All right, next topic. What we talking about, y'all? Hey Felipe, tell us something we don't know about Brazil. Tell us something that would amaze us. And we're just like, what? We gotta look that up. I never heard about that before. Alright, I'm gonna grab the light. Just in case it gets too dark. I didn't ask you, Planet Moolah, I asked him. And that's not crazy enough to make us go like, what? I want to know something that probably only he knows because he lives there. That's a little subjective. The best barbecue? You telling me your barbecue is better than Argentina? Because they said they have the best barbecue. So I don't know. Texas definitely has the best barbecue. Anyone else see my camera like kind of glitching out a little bit? I think it's because it's getting dark and it's trying to focus and it can't. I'm too dark. So I'm saying Texas barbecue, kind of the best in the world. That's kind of a fact. It's kind of hard to argue against that fact. It's a little too bright. I want to turn down, bro. Okay, there we go. Okay. Will we visit Peru? I don't know, man. Maybe if you're there, maybe we'll come visit you. I didn't necessarily want to go for myself. Trying to figure out what makes my camera glitch. Nah, Felipe, we need a cooler fact, bro. We need a real fact. That wasn't good enough. Sorry. I'm thinking. All right, well, we'll let you think. Well, why are you thinking, Felipe? Do you read? Do you like reading? Planet Moolah, your facts suck, bro. What the? Okay. Yes, self-improvement books and fantasy books. Okay, my favorite book of all time as far as fiction goes. So it's a fantasy book. My favorite book of all time comes from Brazil. I'll give you 3 guesses. Tell me if you think you know what it is. I think the author's pretty popular. I read it in English when I was a little kid. I didn't even know it was from Brazil until I was older. The one with the mirrors? What does that mean? I'm gonna let you do your guesses first. I'm only gonna tell you after you guess. No, it's not The Alchemist. Mm-mm. Don Quixote? That's not Portuguese, bro. Liam, right now we're guessing what my favorite book of all time is, and it comes from Brazil. It's fiction. I read it in English when I was a kid. I didn't even know it was from Brazil until I got older. Because based on his name, here's another clue. Based on his name, I figured he might be from a Spanish-speaking country. So when I learned Spanish, I was like, you know what? I'm going to read this book in Spanish, even though I already read it. And I looked it up, and I'm like, what the... Where the wild things grow? No. Felipe still can guess. He's on his second guess. You guys can guess as much as you want. But he only gets 3 guesses. 3 guesses. Henry IV was a Nazi. Yeah, I knew that. Rolando, we don't want random facts, bro. We want facts about Brazil. And we want it from Felipe because he's from Brazil. No, it's not 100 years, y'all. What are y'all talking about? Why y'all keep saying that? What 100 years are y'all thinking of? Because y'all can't be talking about the same 100 years that I'm thinking of. Because that's not from Brazil. Oh. Yeah, we're not saying random facts. I told Felipe that I wanted some facts about Brazil that would make us go, wow, I didn't know that. Because he's from Brazil. Bro, you give up? You only did 1 guess. Captains of the Sands? No. Alright, I'll give you another hint. Oh, you don't know any books from Brazil. Maybe I shouldn't even do hints because, like, maybe no one else has read this. Alright, look. I don't know how to say the actual title. So I'm going to tell you the title in English. The title in English is Blindness. But it has a different name in Portuguese. It's like a lesson about blindness or something like that. Or an essay on blindness. Something like that. But that. Great book, man. Great book. You know that book, Felipe? Oh, you do? Okay. It's a great book. I remember reading it as a kid, and I was so captivated, bro. I was like, yo, this is crazy. Some scammer just messaged me on WhatsApp right now. Yeah, it's called Blindness. In English, it's called Blindness. Every other title in every other language is probably called An Essay on Blindness. But it's a great book. If y'all want, I'll tell you what it's about. I don't think I would ruin it by telling you. But definitely being caught off guard makes it more like suspenseful, I would say. But all right, Liam said, what's it about? In the most general words possible, I don't want to ruin it. A man is driving his car and everything goes white. So it's not black blindness, it's white blindness. Yes, John. It's white blindness. He can't see anything. He gets out of his car. He's like, somebody help me. I can't see. I can't see. People help him to his house. And at that point in time, he's so concerned with not being able to see that he doesn't think about anything else. And then he starts realizing that he allowed people to come into his home. And they know that he's blind because he's so freaked out by not being able to see that he told them everything. He's like, hey, my house is here, blah, blah. You know, people might have stole something from him. They might have done whatever to him. But that's where it starts. That's where the book starts. Realizing that he can be taken advantage of and he can't do anything about it because he's blind. But what starts to happen is everyone else starts saying, I can't see either. Slowly, there's people that can see, and over time, it starts happening to every single person. And so then people are trying to survive, and they're doing whatever it takes to survive because no one can see. Some people can see, but slowly it's happening to everyone. So you can imagine what kind of things would happen if you saw everyone that was in contact with someone that was blind turn blind. You would think, oh, this is contagious. What starts happening when people think stuff's contagious? They start acting crazy. They start saying, you need to stay over there. If you get any closer, I'm going to kill you. Stuff like that, you know? So, great book. The ending, super good. Blind apocalypse, you could say that. It didn't have to be an apocalypse. The people made it an apocalypse, which was kind of the point of the book. Just kind of human behavior. Whenever panic sets in, basically people abandon their morals. It's like, you know what? I don't care. Like, I need to survive, or I need to make sure that you don't take advantage of me. I heard it was a movie, but I don't know if it can be good as a movie. I have to check the movie out, but the way, the description, anytime you're reading about it, it's from the main character's point of view or someone else's point of view. So they're describing not being able to see anything. Everything's all white. And so you're getting descriptions of the world with no vision. So that's what makes it like more intense. Like, you hear a gun cock, you don't know what direction it's in, you don't know this, that, and the other. So I don't know how they would make the movie good. Because, like I said, if someone describes a scene where they hear a gun and they don't know what direction it's in, so you need to try to grab it without getting shot. If that was in a movie and, like, you could see the gun and, like, you know how far it is away and stuff, there's, like, way less suspense to me. I don't know. You think books are always better in the movies? Oh, yeah, for sure. I think the problem is, though, that, like, if you read the book first, the movie has no shot at being good. I think you might be able to go the other way, too. I think you might be able to watch a movie and then read the book after and say it's not as good, but I don't know. It's time for me to read it again in Portuguese. You got to give me, like, 1 year. I think in 1 year... I don't know, because that book was kind of heavy, man. In English and in Spanish, because I read it in both. It was like not a low-level book. It's got a colorful vocabulary. Phil, man, I was just talking shit about you, bro. I was like, yo, Phil hasn't been in here all night. That's crazy. Pause. Also, movies always leave out specific details that make the books better. Yeah, exactly, but that's what I'm saying. You read a book and it has all these details, so you expect them to be there. But if you didn't read the book, the movie would probably be good. 4 Mile Run and being a dad, my fault. Yeah, your fault, bro. Your fault. The book's timeline is more developed. It's got to be chopped down and make it fit into an hour and a half. Yeah, 100%. Definitely. Yeah, I tend to not watch movies if I've read the book. 'Cause first of all, I'm like, I already know the story, so why would I do that? But second of all, yeah, it's just almost guaranteed to not be good or as good. So I read all the Harry Potter books. And I never watched any of those movies. But I never read any of the Lord of the Rings books. And I watched all those movies because You know, people will be like, oh, they're not sticking to what he wrote. And I'll be like, it's pretty cool to me. Have I ever read a Russian novel? Let me see where this author is from. Hold on a second. Pretty sure he's not Russian. Actually, I know he's not Russian, so I don't know why I'm still looking this up, but I'm going to look it up anyways. Where is he from? Oh, he's from Austria. I knew that. Oh, no, he's from Prague. My bad. Let's see. Let's see where she's from. Oh, wait a second. Ayn Rand is from Russia. I've read The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged. I don't know if you consider those Russian novels, but I've never read The Lord of the Rings, but I've read The Hobbit and I really liked it. Man, you know what? My coworkers were just telling me yesterday. They lost me though, but they were telling me that, oh, you didn't understand everything in the first Lord of the Rings. You need to watch The Hobbit because it's the prequel. And I'm like, okay, how long will that take me? And they said it was 3 films. They said it's 3 parts to The Hobbit. I'm like, bro, how you gonna have 3 parts as a prequel to a 3-part series? I'm like, that's too much, bro. I'm not doing that. I'm like, whatever I didn't understand, I just don't understand it. I read Atlas Shrugged. Why? What do you mean, why? Why do you read any books? I was just a kid and I wanted to read it. Three movies, that's crazy. I think if I was bored or something, then I might do it. But I don't know. Maybe I'll just watch the first installment of The Hobbit and I'll see if I like it. Do I ever watch anime? Yeah, all the time. Did I read Anna Karenina? No, never. It's considered one of the most difficult to read. That's what I was asking. Oh, really? Listen, I probably told you this before, but when I was a kid, I was like a super nerd, bro. So that could actually be the reason that I read it. Someone could have told me that it was challenging or too challenging or something like that, and that alone would have triggered me to read it as a kid. Now I would just be like, yeah, I'm not reading that shit, bro. That's too much. But when I was a kid, bro, I literally sat around reading books all day. The very first Harry Potter book, which is weird to think about because you gotta think when Harry Potter came out, it wasn't Harry Potter. It was just Harry Potter. Like no one had heard of it. And so I read the first Harry Potter book in a day, bro. And I would be telling people about that shit. I'm like, yo, you ever heard of this shit called Harry Potter? It's like wizards flying around on brooms and shit like that. And I told people about it, and they're like, yeah, my mom would never let me read some shit like that. Like, that sounds hella satanic. And I'd be like, what? Like, nah, bro, it's like some fucking kids, like, at a wizard school. And they're like, yeah, that's witchcraft. And I'm like, oh. But I would never have thought that Harry Potter would turn into what Harry Potter is now, where, like, everyone knows about it, even if you haven't read the books and shit like that, so. But yeah, that's what I used to do, bro. I used to go to sports. I used to come home and literally read the entire day, bro. I recommend reading the book before watching the movies. Well, for The Hobbit, I could do that. I could do that. How do you feel about people who say that Stalin and Mao were the best world leaders of the 20th century? That's pretty crazy. I don't know how much I could say about that. I don't know. I guess I would ask them how they define best and leader. Define super nerd. You probably got it based off of what I said. Yeah, I always been in a weird place in life, man. Cause I've never been like a dork, right? So when I say nerd, I'm just strictly talking like intelligence and actions, right? Like I was in the chess club, I read a lot, shit like that, but I was always a super good athlete, and I was never like socially anxious or anything like that. So it was never like, oh, that's the kid that reads all that. Hella people didn't even know that I read because I would do that shit at my house. It wasn't like I was like carrying around a stack of books and like doing this at school. When I was at school, I was like the kid that played basketball. When I was at home, I would read all day. You know what I mean? So kind of the same thing like right now. Like, yeah, like lots of people that follow me on social media like probably have no idea about anything outside of like me lifting weights, and they probably never will, and that's okay. Like I'm not gonna like brag about it or something. There's an American version of Harry Potter. No, 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 it's all British. But also like when that book came out, I was living in Germany, so maybe that helped. No, there's not. Why did you say yes to Felipe? There's not an American version. It's all British, bro. Overachiever. Nah, bro. You would only think that if you don't know me, bro. I'm the laziest dude ever. But reading to me is a lazy activity. I can literally stay in the exact same position and just read the book. I could run faster than you, and I had the most error points. I thought the British version was American. What does that even mean? Oh, you thought like an American author wrote British characters? Is that what you're saying? Nah, nah, nah. That shit's British, bro. J.K. Rowling's British. How do I read so fast? I don't know, man. I think being exposed to reading really young helped. I think there's definitely techniques to reading too. When I first went to college, I had to take this class, and it was called like it was something all the athletes had to do, and it was like the Center for Enhanced Performance hosted this class, and it was like a speed reading class. And everything they taught in there, I was like, I don't remember if my dad taught me that or if I just learned it myself. But I do all this already, and even what they consider fast, like the level that they would bump people up to, like I was already doing that when I got to the class. So, like I don't know, it's just like little stuff like, oh, you don't have to read every single word. Like your brain is smart enough to pick up the whole sentence if you read this part and then do this part. Like if I'm reading an article or something, I'm not gonna read like anime can be dope, but there are so many. Like I wouldn't read it like that. Like I would literally just glance at it, and then I would know what most of it said. And then if I felt like I was confused by what I just glanced at, then I might look at it harder. But yeah, another book I recommend reading is Animal Farm. Yeah, I think. I mean, I don't know how old you are, Liam, but I think everyone my age or close to my age was probably forced to read that book as a kid. So anime can be dope, but there's so many weird things that are too prominent in the industry. It makes it hard to defend. Like what? I'm not tapped in enough to anime to know exactly what you're talking about. Cause I like watch action anime. So if you're talking about like those little fucking girls, what is that shit called? Like lolicons or some shit like that. That shit is fucking weird to me, bro. I don't know if that falls under anime or not though. Like I don't know. Hentai, Mia Khalifa. She's kind of weird though. Did I like the book Animal Farm? Yeah, that was a good book. That was one of those things that was one of the few things that we were forced to read that I feel like most people enjoyed or got something out of. It wasn't like, oh God, we gotta read this shit. Like, I think most people liked Animal Farm when they read it. I asked that because here we have the Portuguese Brazil version and the Portuguese Portugal version. So yeah, in English, that doesn't exist because that's why earlier when I said Brazilian Portuguese and Portugal Portuguese are different enough to where they're really different, but British English and American English are similar enough to where you wouldn't make a different version of the book for it. But for instance, well, yeah, with Harry Potter, I made sure that when I bought the Spanish version of Harry Potter, that I got the South American Harry Potter and not the Spaniard Harry Potter because it's they're in a school, so they address groups of people a lot. And, they use vosotros and all of that stuff. So I didn't want to read a book that had that stuff in it. So I made sure that I got the Latino Harry Potter and not the Spain one. So I imagine that that's probably the same kind of thing. I don't know how the Portuguese language works. I don't know the difference between Portugal Portuguese and Brazilian Portuguese. I don't know what features are different in the language, but I imagine, like I said, that they're big enough to where they would make another version of the book. Can y'all see when the camera like kind of fades in and out like that? I can't tell if that's my eyes or the camera. I'm trying to trigger it, and every time I want to trigger it and try to make the camera do it, it doesn't do it. So I just did it right there. But like I said, I don't know why that's happening. I think it has something to do with. Oh, you know what? Let me turn the light on. I gotta use the bathroom anyway, so I'll be right back. I need some more candy. Ugh. I'm back. What's my workout split? I don't have a workout split. Don't eat the candy. Why would I not eat the candy? GTA 5 going on outside. That's every day here, man. You know how it goes. Perversion, misogyny, racism, pedophilia. Most people don't think of Vinland Saga when you bring up anime. That's fair. That's fair. That's why I usually like, if someone asks me if I watch anime, I say like, not really, but I've seen this. And they'll be like, oh, okay, so you watch it. I'm like, sometimes. What kind of candy did you buy, Phil? Seen that YouTube video of hippos eating watermelons whole. I've seen a video like that before. I don't know if it was the exact same one. Imagine if that was your head, bro. That'll be crazy. Liam, what do you do in the gym? What's your goal? I do what DK Metcalf does with candy and get like Starburst gummies, Gushers, etc. and then mix it in a bowl. I feel that. Ooh, candy straws. I remember when DK Metcalf said that shit. Everyone thought he was lying, and I was like, y'all never been around any athletes if you think he's lying. But sometimes I would run track meets fueled off of like straight up entire bags of Skittles. And that was it. The meet would be at like my event would be at like 12. And I would wake up at, if it was a home meet, I'll wake up at like 9 or some shit. I'll be like, ooh, I'm about to be running in 3 hours, bro. I'm not trying to eat like some fluffy ass pancakes or something. So I'll just eat Skittles. And I'll smoke everybody's shit. And so it's one of those things, man. It's like, yes, there's optimal nutrition, there's optimal rest, there's optimal everything. But then there's also just winning. And if you're winning, it's kind of hard to tell someone that they shouldn't be doing something. Like, am I going to tell DK Metcalf, like, hey, bro, you shouldn't be eating those Starbursts. You should be eating this. He's just going to look at me and be like, bro, I'm 6'4" with no fat on my body, and I'm in the NFL. What can you tell me about eating? I'm like, that's a good point, Mr. DK. I don't know what to tell you. So, you know, some people, I'm like I said, I tell people there's optimal, right? And then there's like, what are you actually going to do? What do you like to do? What can we work on? Like, what can we take out? Like, okay, you don't actually like eating this shit. You just do it out of habit. Let's try to take that out and replace that. But, like, for me, something that I routinely do every weekend, if I'm going to do big snatches, clean and jerks, whatever, like every PR I've ever hit, bro, Lifesaver gummies, bro. It's this little bag, too. I don't get the big bag. I get the little bag. It's like this size. Bro, handful of Lifesaver gummies, red line. I be cleaning and jerking 370, bro. Now, if somebody that's a lot weaker than me says, hey, you know, if you ate a banana instead of those Lifesaver gummies, you probably clean and jerk more. I'll just be like, what's your clean and jerk, bro? Okay, that's what I thought. Does that mean that person isn't correct? I don't know, because I'm not going to listen to them. But the point is that just because something could be more optimal does not mean that it has to be done at that moment. No, I don't count calories, John. There was a point a long time ago when I did. But no, I don't care. But to go along with my point, people that like see me work out, people that see my physique, shit like that, they always think that I have some crazy shit going on. Like, yo, what's your nutrition plan, bro? I need to blah blah. And I'm like, bro, you probably eat healthier than I do. Maybe. How often I go to the gym? I go to the gym every single day. I have worked out my entire life for 31 years, bro. Not 31 years, because obviously there was a point when I was an infant, right? But from when I started working out to play sports until now, there's never been a break. It's just something that I do. It's just my life. The athletic trainers used to sell us those HEB brand sodas from the training room for a quarter after practice. Yeah, that sounds like Texas right there, boy. Yeah, man. No rest days? Nah, I mean, like, let me say this. If I feel like taking a rest day, if I get sick, I will, but it's not something that I like plan into my stuff because I work out in a way that I can recover from it. Like the whole point of a rest day or whatever is to give yourself a recovery from what you've been doing. But the stuff that most people do is so intense and so crazy and unnecessary that they have to take a day off because they like can't fucking move from being so sore and stuff. But I don't do that. I do just enough. I do enough to progress. I do enough to be strong. I do enough to be in shape. And like the way I work out before I got strong, when I was like a teenager, like grown men would always tell me like, yeah, you can't do that. You gotta do this, this, and this, and this, and this. But, you know, over time, I got strong. You know, people see my deadlift. They're like, damn, what's the secret? What's the secret split to deadlift 750 pounds? And I'm like, I just be working out, man. I just, you know, I have a plan. I have an overall plan. But for the most part, I do a little bit of everything every day. The only time that I don't is on Saturdays with my coach because we go hard as fuck on snatch and clean and jerk. So I literally don't have the time or the energy to do extra exercises outside of that. So we really do work really hard, but it's so normal that we cruise through it. Like I did 4 miles, and tomorrow morning I'm going to lift, and I feel normal. But yeah, Phil, but you're in the same boat as me where we've been doing it our entire lives. So that might be a big amount of work to someone that just started or to someone that doesn't run. But it's something that you built up to. You didn't just like wake up and just say like, I'm going to do 4 miles. I'm going to lift the next day. You've lifted for so long now. And slowly you added running in, and now your running is at a point where you have a big capacity to do it. And so I can run 4 miles a day. I can wake up and lift. But when you started, you wouldn't have just taken off on a 4 mile run and then still plan to lift the next day. You might have had to cut the lift out, or you just wouldn't have been stupid enough to just take off on a 4 mile run. You know what I mean? So that's what I mean. Like I've been doing it for closer to 30 years. So I know, like let's see, boxing is normal, weightlifting is normal. I'll have to do something crazy. I'm trying to think like, what could I do that's so weird? Oh, you know what? When I went to jiu-jitsu for the first time ever, I had to like adjust my workout for the next day because my forearms were all tight, bro. And I was like, you know what? Like, I'm going to change my workout a little bit because my grip's like fucked up from using it so much last night. I did jiu-jitsu at like 8 p.m. and my workout was going to be at like 9 a.m. And I was like, I woke up and I was like, God damn, bro. So I still worked out. I just adjusted it a little bit. But I have the experience and the intelligence to adjust my own workouts. People that maybe have a plan and they don't know, they don't have the experience or the knowledge, like you can't really make an adjustment because you might make the wrong adjustment. Now I want candy. Go get some, man. You're grown. But yeah. So like for my clients, wait, I'm gonna pause. How's BJJ changed me? I don't think BJJ has changed me at all. I think it does more for people that never did any kind of combat sport. So if you played basketball as a kid, then you're a non-athlete for 10 years and then you do BJJ. In fact, I just watched this video. Literally popped up on my shit yesterday when I was driving to work. And it was like, BJJ saved my life, but it destroyed my body. So this dude was a non-athlete and started BJJ, and he jumped in head first. He went hard, like 2 times a day and shit like that. And yeah, man, like like Phil could tell you, when you've been a lifelong athlete, you know what's first of all what's gonna happen to your body because like some injuries are unavoidable and BJJ is Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. You guys, y'all are the kings. um, but yeah, like when people get into fitness late, especially combat sports and stuff like that, their bodies are fresh. And so they're like, oh, these guys must have just been doing it wrong. I can go super hard and blah, blah, blah. Anyways, this dude tore his meniscus, tried to come back too early, destroyed his knee. Then he messed his sternum up somehow. And he went from like 2 years of like being injury free to like destroying his whole body in the next couple of years. And like, he said he's just at a point now that like he thinks he's gonna hang up his gi for good and just not do it anymore because he said it's not worth it because like he has to always wonder, am I gonna take the wrong step and throw out my knee again and blah blah blah. So that's the kind of shit I'm talking about. It was a good change for him, and he said he didn't regret it, but yeah, he didn't build up any resilience. Like he doesn't have the lifetime of bone strengthening, of like muscle density. Like that's the only thing that I try to tell people. Like I can make drastic changes to my body if I want to, just because like I have a super muscular frame. If I wanted to lose 20 pounds right now, I could do it relatively easily, and I would probably look good at the end of it. But other people, I'm like, yo, you might lose 30 pounds and you might not see your abs, bro, because like you haven't built up anything. Like you're starting at a point of nothingness. Like so people see like athletes make body transformations, get ready in a camp or something like that, and they're like, yeah, see, I think me and him are the same weight. If I just lose 15 pounds, I think I'll be able to see my abs. I'm like, yeah, y'all are the same weight. Y'all don't got the same body, bro. This dude's like 200 pounds of muscle here, 200 pounds of something else. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, so it's tough, man. So I be having to explain that to a lot of my clients too. They want to do certain things, and I'm like, we can work towards that, but we need to reel it in a little bit, all right? Because you're a very normal person, and that's not a bad thing. But like, you're not a lifelong athlete, so whatever you saw this guy do, it's not necessarily gonna happen for you because you started working out at 25 years old. So, but yeah, to go back to that question, I don't really think BJJ changed me at all. It didn't really do anything for me. I like it, and it's rough, bro. It's rough on your joints because you're in these weird ass positions. People are tugging on them, trying to submit you and stuff. And honestly, I really think that's what led to my knee injury in December because I started, and I was still doing weightlifting, and it got weird. So, but yeah, I would say boxing is like my thing that made a big change in my life. But even still, wasn't that big of a change because like I said, I've been playing sports since I was like, my earliest memories are sports. So I played football, basketball, cross country, track. I did taekwondo and judo for a long ass time when I was a kid. Like played baseball. Yeah, I got a fucking resume, bro. Sometimes I be forgetting I played a sport. Like somebody will say something, and they'll just be like, "Oh yeah, it's kind of like this." You probably don't know what that is because like it's like a baseball term. And I'm like, "Oh no, wait, I played baseball like until I was 14, bro. Like I was a shortstop for like most of my life. Now I'm 31, so the distance between when I played baseball to now is greater than birth to baseball stopping. But at one point in time when I was like 18, I was like, yeah, I played baseball for most of my life, bro. Now I'm like, nah. Like that was so long ago that like I almost say like I didn't play baseball. My bicep is the size of Jalen's chest. You got a little bicep, dude. I just saw this comment, so he didn't give his body time to adapt. I think the bigger problem is that he wouldn't know what an adequate time to adapt would be because he has no experience in sport or experience with fucking anything. You know what I mean? Like he just jumped into it. That's a lot of people. There's a lot of people in the gym too. Lots of, especially young men. For some reason, not for some reason, I know what the reason is, but women are a lot more receptive. But young men, they're like, I don't need a fucking coach. I don't need a trainer. Like I just started doing this and I followed this program and I've put 40 pounds on my squat already. And I'm like, dude, you would have put 40 pounds on your squat doing anything because you weren't doing anything before. You know what I mean? So, where's the Gracie family on the MMA hierarchy? At the top, because they're the fucking Gracies, bro. What do you mean? Funny story. That was my first introduction to Portuguese because I knew about the Gracies before, like UFC and shit was popular here, right? And so growing up, you would hear people say Royce. They say Royce Gracie. And I didn't even know how his name was spelled. I just knew he was Royce Gracie. Royce Gracie, Royce Gracie. And I remember that shit started getting popular here, and people would be like, I would say like, oh yeah, Royce Gracie's a legend. I mean, like, Royce? And I'd be like, his name's not Royce, bro. And people would pull that shit up, and I'd be like, oh, nah, maybe they spelled it wrong. His name's Royce Gracie, I'm telling you. And yeah, I just would start slowly seeing Royce, and I would hear more people saying Royce to the point that I like Mandela affected myself, bro. I'm like, why did I think that shit was Royce? Like that's weird. Like that's a huge difference, like an H and an R, bro. And it wasn't until like literally like a year and some change ago that like when I started looking into Portuguese and I'm like, oh, they say their R's like H's. I'm like, so I was saying it right when I was a kid, bro. 11 people in the chat is active. Is it? Oh shit, that shit says 12. I don't know who all is in here, but it's lit. Why do bodybuilders have terrible stamina? They get gassed at shows while flexing. I think it would depend on who you're talking about, because there's some bodybuilders with incredible stamina. But also, you got to take into account that they're severely dehydrated out there to show their muscles. And flexing is not easy, bro. Go stand in the mirror, exhale all your fucking air, and flex as hard as you can. And let me know how long you last. Because you got to move around too. So you got to do these poses. And you have to try to look composed with no water in your system, bro. They're probably getting fucking cramps and about to pass out. But they're trying to fucking, you know. But like legit bodybuilders that are like in good shape. Like, bro, you must have never seen like Kai Green do his like breakdance and shit. There's no way you could say that dude's out of shape or has terrible stamina. That dude be going crazy. We in here. We in here. Look up the vid of Arnold trashing the stamina of the new bodybuilders. I mean, yeah, that's cool, but they're also fucking twice the size that he was. So, like, yeah, they're not going to have the exact same stamina as him. Yeah, but Kai Green be going crazy. Yeah, it's not the same era. It's not the same era of bodybuilding. These dudes are literally fucking 300 plus pounds, bro. They're not going to have the stamina of a dude that was 220 or 240. You know what I mean? So, totally different. Yeah, I feel like no one talks about Kai Green that much. He was like really popular for a second, and then he wasn't. He just like, it's kind of forgotten. And he still does all of that little breakdancing, backflip shit. That dude's wild athletic, bro. It's kind of crazy. Especially to be like that swole. Oh, he retired? That makes sense too. He's pretty old. I could see that. Just does internet stuff. It probably also has to do with I don't know if you remember when the whole gay for pay thing came out. I feel like that kind of messed with his reputation a little bit. I don't know why people care about what he was doing in the bedroom, but bro, Arnold said that Test and D-ball gave the same advantage as having a good tan in one of his books. Yeah, also like the thing about golden age bodybuilders, it's kind of like they do this in every sport, man. Like combat sports people like claim that they never did any drugs. That, oh, these new guys, they're all on drugs. That's why they hit so hard and blah blah blah. Like, bro, they did drugs back then too. Ken Shamrock, all these dudes, they were on mass steroids, bro. And so these golden age bodybuilders, they like to pretend that they barely ran anything. They like to say like, man, back in my day, we only ran this much. And to an extent, it's kind of true. Like, I trained with a guy that's like 70-something years old, and he's like, well, yeah, back in those times, like, we got it from a doctor, and it was like so pure that you didn't have to take as much. But that doesn't mean that the strength of it wasn't on par with the strength of what it is today. These dudes just have to take a lot more milligrams because it's watered down shit or some shit some dude made in his basement or whatever. But they like to act like they were barely taking anything. Like Ronnie Coleman's like, I never touched that stuff until this time. And it's like, bro, stop. Stop it. Same thing Liver King did until he got caught. Tried to pretend like he was getting all the muscles from my liver and sleeping that night and turning his cell phone off. Then he gets caught. And it's like, well, yeah, it's about the message, okay, guys? Like, nah, bro. You was on mad steroids, and that's fine. You do be dressing weird still. Yeah, Kai Green's just a weird dude, man. I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised at all. Did you see Larry Wills talking about being on TRT permanently? Yeah, I saw that, but here's the thing too. I don't know if people remember this video. I followed Larry Wills before he was like a super celeb. Back in those times, he was kind of just like, you had to be heavy in the lifting to follow like some 18-year-old kid that was deadlifting 700 something pounds. He wasn't like extremely special back then. And I remember when he first started getting famous, he posted a video. Phil, you might remember this. And he confessed that he was on steroids, and he was like, hey, man, my uncle gave me steroids when I was 14 years old, and I've been on it ever since, and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, the first thing I thought was like, you could start as a grown man, and like you can kind of do whatever. I'm not telling people to do it, but I know lots of people that like wrecked their bodies with that shit, got off, like literally had kids, went back to normal. But when you start that shit during puberty, bro, your body hasn't even had time to like start any processes. So he probably really did wreck his shit. Sometimes people say that they have to be on it permanently, and I just don't believe them. I think they just say that because they don't want to deal with the reality of what might come from not being on it. Like, you get off of it, maybe you'll never be as good looking. Like, your body you'll never have this physique again, and whatever. So they're like, man, my doctor said I can't recover. I actually need to stay on it forever. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I literally know dudes that did the roughest stuff, bro. The roughest stuff you can do. And they got off and they recovered and went back to normal lives. Like, they just literally were like, yeah, I'm over this. I'm never going to be a bodybuilding champion or whatever. And they just stopped. And they had kids after that. Kids came out fine. They live healthy lives. Someone I know that did that does jujitsu now. Dude's in hella shape. He's like 30 pounds lighter. He's more ripped than he was when he was on it, to be honest. So, yeah, Larry Wills never lied about it. I can respect that. I don't think he's smart about his confessions, but at least he never lied about it. To be honest, I think there's something that I think it's something that you shouldn't confess. I think um, like the way Liver King went about saying it after he got caught, it was bad. But if you haven't got caught, I think I do think that like not saying it and not telling kids that that's what's happening, it does give them something to chase after, right? Like as far as we know, Usain Bolt did not do steroids. Do I think he did? Absolutely, but he never got caught. He never popped any drug tests. All his teammates did, but he never did. What am I to believe? As a 14-year-old kid, I'm looking at Usain Bolt's training plan. I'm like, I gotta do this. I'm gonna try to be like him, bro. If I knew, if a kid knew that he did that stuff, they're just gonna be like, well, that's what I need to do because I want to be like Usain Bolt. So, assuming Usain Bolt doesn't do that stuff, we're gonna use a fake Usain Bolt. If the fake Usain Bolt did that stuff, I would want him to not say anything. You don't have to lie. You don't have to be like, I would never touch that stuff, blah, 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 blah. And if you do, whatever. But you cannot say anything and leave it to people's minds. I would not want Usain Bolt to come out and say, like, yes, I did D-ball, I did Winstraw, that's how I was so fast in that year, and blah, blah, blah. Like, I wouldn't want him to say that. I thought it was kind of sad that he's that young and can't produce any more tests. Yeah, and he might, like I said, he might be able to. You never know with people like that, man. Like I said, their identities are wrapped up in that shit. So even a doctor telling you, hey, right now you're not producing anything, it might take 6 months to reboot. He's gonna be like, this is my brand, bro. I can't go 6 months and like lose 60 pounds and like people would take pictures of me and blah, blah, blah. So you never know, man. I've noticed that women criticize themselves way harder than we criticize them. And I've noticed that us guys are more critical of our physique way harder than the average broad would criticize us. I don't know about that. Guess it depends on who you're around. I don't be watching no bodybuilders, so I think I think bodybuilding's kind of dumb, to be honest. I've never been into bodybuilding. Almost at 3 hours. Yeah, we're gonna keep it going. My battery is at 10%, so I am gonna have to disconnect from the mic and hook up to a charger, or I could just go until it dies. That's what I'll be doing usually, but I know that shit glitches when it dies, and I don't actually end it. He was never under suspicion though. Why you think he cheated? Planet Moolah, you're not in this world, man. So it's kind of hard to explain, man. But Nate Diaz said it best, man. Everybody's on steroids. Like when you start getting to those higher levels, like I want to say it almost doesn't make sense to not do it. Like it's literally your profession. It's your livelihood, bro. It depends on you being the best. Regular motherfuckers use creatine and caffeine and pre-workout because they want to boost themselves. They want to get the best out of their performance. If the difference between me getting a gold medal and not getting a gold medal is taking this thing that's gonna boost me, obviously I'm gonna take it, bro. Like, and you can just look at the amount of people that get popped, and you can extrapolate, bro. It's like if all of these 6th, 7th, 8th place dudes are getting popped, why would number one not be doing it? You think like all of these dudes that are on drugs, you telling me all the drugs in the world can't get you to where Usain Bolt is at? I don't want to use Usain Bolt specifically, just the number one guys. Why is the number one guy always clean and all these people under him are doing drugs? He's just that good naturally that he doesn't have to touch anything, and that sounds cool. It's just not believable. Like I said, all of Usain Bolt's teammates popped. Every single one of them. Johan Blake, Asafa Powell, all these dudes on his relay popped. You think they was having secret meetings and they were like, don't let Usain Bolt know. You know Usain's clean. You know he's a good guy. Leave him outside. and they would just like take drugs together and leave Hussein out of it? I doubt it. It's probably some bribery going on to keep his image safe. I'm not accusing him of anything. Just saying, in my fantasy world, that's how it plays out. Usain Bolt, if you're watching this, I don't think you cheated. Well, no, let me not say that. I do. I'm not accusing you of it though. Did Bronze Era builders use? Of course. When did roids begin? I would say you could Google it, but I think the first steroids were used on athletes and shit in like the 1930s. Maybe 1940s. I don't know. But yeah, the Germans were the first ones to like really go hard with that shit, and then it started spreading to everyone else. But like, man, there's a girl, the lady with the 400 world record, bro. That shit has been there. It's been 50 years now. Because like she was so loaded up, bro. No one can like if someone breaks that shit with Sydney McLaughlin, she might. I will automatically be suspicious of her. Cause I'm like, yeah, we got better cleats now, we got whatever. But like, how are you running something that someone was running when there wasn't even no drug testing, bro? It didn't exist. Like when you watch that race, it's just like, shoo, and it's just like, bro, she never gassed out. Like, I think she just literally couldn't beat her feet any faster on the track. But like, she didn't get tired. It was weird, like, just straight up freaky, bro. Marita Koch. I say Koch because I really think it's cock, and I didn't want to say that, but Marita, incredible 400 runner. There were a lot of different versions of it too. Yeah, exactly. I mean, even now, like, this is what I try to tell people about this world, man. If you knew about this world, you would know how many options there are, how many ways you can beat testing, how many ways you can do whatever. So, anabolic steroids is a category of drugs. It doesn't encompass everything. It doesn't encompass every performance enhancer. People say steroids because they don't know anything else. HGH is not a steroid. So a lot of people like bodybuilders and stuff, they'll say, I would never take steroids. I don't use steroids because they use HGH and a bunch of other stuff. And technically they're correct. They don't use steroids. Steroids, there's SARMs, EPO, there's all this stuff, bro. And right now, like what's kind of hot is peptides. Look up peptides. TB500, BPC 157. They call this shit the Wolverine compound, bro, because like you would have torn your fucking knee off and you inject this shit and like let's just say it normally takes 9 months to recover. You're backing up and running in 2 or 3 months. So like it's not all about taking some steroids to get a shit ton of muscle. So like people are like, this guy can't be on steroids, he's skinny. It's like, yeah, he's not on steroids, bro. He's on 5 other performance-enhancing drugs that are not steroids because he wouldn't want to take steroids. Like, why would he want to? So, it's crazy out here, man. What's even crazier is there's regular people at the gym that that take all the stuff I'm talking about. And you have no idea because they're not going to tell you, why would they? The Chinese are engineering people. Maybe. I don't know. If they are, it's working because they be smacking the fuck out of us in weightlifting. They're by far the best weightlifters. If 400 runners take EPO, will they just not get gassed at all? So nothing really works like that. Everything's essentially like a buffer. Like you can do more, but you're still a human being. You know what I mean? Just because I make a process easier for you, doesn't mean that it's unlimited. Like everything has limits. So there's is it a peptide? I think it's a peptide. You can look it up though. It's called Endurobol, it's called Cardarine, aka Endurobol. Lots of boxers take it, lots of runners and cyclists take it. It didn't even get banned until like 2014, I think. And so lots of people took it before it ever got banned, and they still take it now. But, bro, you go on a Reddit thread, And you'll see like some military soldiers and shit talking about it. They'll be like, bro, my mile time was 9:56. I took Cardarine. 1 week later, I ran a 6:05 mile. And it's just like, well, damn. Like, that shit ain't going to get you to a world record, but it's going to boost you, though. You know what I mean? And here's the thing about all of this stuff, too. The better you are, the less it does for you. Because if you, like, that dude sucked at running. He ran a 9-minute mile. He sucks. Like, he's not in good shape. His efficiency's all over the place just from that time. So if you were already really efficient and strong and in shape, like, a drug can only do so much for you. It can boost you up a little bit, but you were already good at buffering all of those processes. You get what I'm saying? Whereas, like, the person that sucks doesn't know how to be efficient, doesn't know how to stop their body from fucking cramping up and whatever. So if you got a drug that lowers your heart rate a little bit, that's going to help you out a lot if you suck. If you were already good at keeping your heart rate down, it can only help you so much. Your heart rate's already low. You get what I'm saying? So, but yeah, you can, if you guys want to, bro, just, let me pull it up. Go to the USADA sanction list, bro. Me and Phil, we look at that shit a lot and laugh. You'll see some motherfuckers on there, like, some dude's an archer, bro, taking mad drugs because when you pull like this, if your heart's beating fast, then you're gonna be like this. So they take beta blockers and all kinds of drugs to keep their heart rate super, super low. So like I said, man, when you start getting into that world, it's a lot more grimy than people think it is, man. If you make it to a high level in sports, like Phil said, college football, whatever, you know, bro, you know. Everyone's trying to get an advantage, man. But let me send y'all this sanction list. Y'all can look at it if y'all want to. I'll read the first couple ones out. So the last person to pop in the United States, 7/19, that was 2 days ago. Roger Witham. He was on Boldenone, GW1516, that Cardarine that I was just telling you about, Endurobol, ibutamorin, that's like a HGH type peptide, and Ostarine. This dude was on 4 different things. First cycling, bro. I don't even fucking know who you are, bro. Why are you taking so much drugs? Jose de Sousa, mixed martial arts. Guarantee you that was a Brazilian in jiu-jitsu. Braxton Smith, mixed martial arts, testosterone. Takada Murphy, track and field, DHEA, 8-month suspension. Olsen, hey, do you know Chad Olsen, Phil? Chad Olsen popped for epitrenbolone and weightlifting. Did I ever consider taking anything? I feel like there's 2 answers to this question. There's two political answers, and then there's a third one. One, someone says, hell no, man. I'm too clean for that. Like, I wasn't even at that level. I wasn't even at the level to think about taking stuff like that. And then 2, they're like, yeah, man, I thought about it, but, I didn't go through with it and blah, blah, blah. Those are the 2 political answers. The third one, my shit is just like, honestly, bro, when I could have used it, I just didn't have access to it. Like, at the time, like when I was in college as a sprinter, I 100% would have used that shit. But I just didn't know who was doing it, bro. I couldn't tell. I didn't know. And I wasn't like trying to like be a fucking narc and just be like, hey, bro, you got some gear, bro? Like, hell nah, bro. I was like, I'm gonna ask the wrong person, they're gonna snitch on me. I'm gonna get in trouble, bro. So it's not like, yeah, I just literally couldn't find it. If I wanted to, I definitely would have done it. Now I have a lot of access to it because I train so many bodybuilders. I've worked in gyms. I know hella people that do it. As you get older, people like, they care less. It's like, bro, I'm not a D1 athlete. Like, I don't fucking care if I use testosterone. Lots of dudes will tell me like, yeah, I'm just running this much tests if that's gonna affect your programming for me. And I'm like, a little bit, you know. If I have people that are on gear, they can handle more stuff and recover better. So I can do a little bit more than with them than I can with someone that's like supernatural. But mainly, like I said, the shit doesn't affect your life that much. Like if you don't sleep well, if you don't eat good food, if you don't blah blah blah, it really doesn't matter if you're on gear. If we were next to each other in person right now, I could pull up like 10 different people's profiles and I could tell you, yo, this dude told me he's on 4 different types of gear. And you just be like, bro, this dude don't even squat 4 plates. Like this dude's been using gear for 5 years and he's this weak. Cause the gear don't do it all for you, bro. It's only gonna just enhance you. But if you was trash before, you're just gonna be a little bit less trash. So that shit's mad funny to me when people are like, yeah, well that's why he was so fast. If I would have used that stuff, I would have blah blah blah. Like, no, you wouldn't have. No, you wouldn't have. That dude was fast since he was 6 years old, bro. That dude was already up here and he was trying to take stuff to be number one. So but yeah, that link that I put in there, that's the USADA sanction list. So you can click on that anytime and you can go through it and see all the people in the United States that failed drug tests. Lots of these people, they're not popular. So you'll never see like an article about it or something because like no one cares. And so these people pop, just don't post anything on Instagram for 8 months, go back to their sport like nothing happened. They might even post anti-drug shit on their story. You would think they're a clean athlete. But yeah, you could go through there. Bobsled. Boxing. Para-track and field. Dudes using IVs in para-track and field. Come on, dog. What are you doing? Para-track and field again. That's what I'm saying. These motherfuckers with no legs be going hard. Rugby. Cycling. I don't even know what this sport is. What the? Without looking it up, do y'all know what this sport is? I'm about to post it. Do y'all know what that sport is? I don't even know what that is. I'm about to look it up right now. Don't Google it either. Oh, I know what that is. I actually didn't know about that word. That's weird. John, you learned so much. Shit, that's good. Happy to hear that, man. That's why I host these joints. One of the athletes is a table tennis player. Yeah, man. I'm trying to tell you, bro. I'm trying to tell you, man. Like, if you knew, bro, how many people do drugs, it's like that realization. I don't know. Maybe you never had this realization, but bro, as I got older, I started realizing hella people do coke, bro. I've never done coke in my life. I'm not judging you if you do, but I just didn't think that was like a thing, bro. I didn't think that was a thing. Like people were like, damn, I'm drunk as fuck. I need to do a bump to wake up. I'm like, what the fuck you talking about, bro? Like, I started realizing that shit like towards the end of college. People started being a little bit more open about it. And then when I became a personal trainer, I had clients that'd be like, yeah, so my problem right now is just, I'm trying to get rid of the alcohol. I'm trying to get rid of the cocaine. They'll just keep talking. And I'm like, you doing coke, bro? Like, regularly? Like, I'm confused. Like, so, drug use in some form or another is happening in a lot of different places, bro. A lot of different places. If you think you work hard, think again. Facts. My favorite sprinters, like of all time or currently? And how many do you want? Current, 3 I'll give you some people from different distances then. Shelly Ann Fraser Price. She's just the fucking GOAT. Arion Knighton. If you don't know him, he's gonna be the GOAT. Like, that kid is, 18, 19 years old, won a national championship already. Crazy, bro. Competing with grown men, bro. Fast, bro. And then, I don't know if you consider 400 runners in this, but Karani James has always been a favorite of mine. He kind of just always misses out on something good. But Karani James, he's a beast, man. He's a beast. Speaking of which, his country mate, I don't want to say his name up in here. I might. But he was the first person. I think we were talking about this shit last live. Like, someone that made you realize that, like, this shit ain't it and you ain't going to make it to the top. Bro, yeah, Karani James, he's from Grenada. So, was it this arm? No. On this arm, right here where you see the sun and shit. Actually, you can see it with the light shining. I used to have the Olympic rings tattooed on my arm right here. You see? Ring, 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 ring. Because I was that fast, bro. I was 100% sure when I grew up, I was running at the Olympics. And this dude, bro, this was my life-changing moment. There was lots of fast people in Texas, but there was a particular race where I was like, oh my God, like, I'm not that guy, bro. Never in my life has someone come from behind me and pass me. People beat me, but there were close races, and if I got the stick on a relay and you were anywhere near me, I was passing you. It's just a fact. Like, I knew it. I'm in Austin at an AAU meet. I'm the anchor for the 4x4. I get the stick, bro. There's no one even close to me, bro. Not even close, bro. I looked and I'm like, I literally don't have anything to worry about. So I'm like, I'm just running for me. I'm going to try to run a PR, blah, blah, blah. I'm running. I come around the first curve. I'm on the backstretch, bro. And I just hear, and I'm like, what the? I'm like, that shit sounds close. But I'm like, it's probably like some adrenaline type shit. My hearing is just sharper because I'm like in the zone or some shit. And then I start hearing it, like, you know, like if you was in a car or something and someone was passing you, like, it was just like, and I looked to the side and I saw, like, bro, it felt like I was jogging, bro. Like, he just went and he kept going. And I'm like, wow, what's happening to my legs, bro? Like, I was like, I'm getting tired or something. But I was like, I'm running smooth. Like, what is happening right now, bro? Ran, finished. Bro, the first thing my dad said to me was like, I never seen nobody pass you before. Like, he made you look like you were jogging. I was like, that's what I was thinking in my head. Bro, I was like ashamed, bro. And I went up and talked to him. And I'm like, bro, I'm like, what time did you just run? And he was like, man, I don't know. That wasn't my best, man. I think that was only like a 46.9 or something. I was like, 46.9? I was like, what happened? Like, I was just confused, bro. He went to college. He went to the Olympics. He made it to the final in the 400. And I'm like, okay, like, this, I feel better now. This dude made it to the highest stage. He made it to the finals of the 400 meter. But yeah, in that moment, bro, my senior year of high school, I was like, I'm not that guy, bro. I'm not. Because if I was fast, that wouldn't happen to me. Like, facts. Like, you never seen no one just, like, straight up toast Usain Bolt like that. He's lost races, but he's lost close races. You just couldn't toast Usain Bolt. It's not possible, bro. So I realized, I was like, damn, is there more people like him out there, bro? And, yeah, man, I got to college. Even before I pulled my hamstring, I can see these dudes' faces and remember their names hella clearly, bro. I got smoked by a couple people, and I'm like, yo, I was arrogant, bro. I was like, I thought I was fast, but there's levels, bro. There's levels in sports. And anyways, the reason that those two things are connected is because for purely scientific reasons, I'm gonna put this dude's name in the chat. All right, Felipe, good to see you, bro. I'll follow you back when I get off of here. I'm gonna put this dude in the chat. So it was crazy because when I talked about him last time, I think I told y'all, I was like, this dude's the fastest dude ever, bro. And maybe like 8 years later, when I was like really into being a trainer and a coach and shit, he hit me up and he was like, "Hey, bro, remember me? I don't know if you remember me." I'm like, "Yeah, bro, I remember you. You ruined my fucking life." He was like, "Yo, man, I really need to get stronger." Like I'm like, he said he was like right on the cusp of like doing something great. And he's like, "I need to get stronger. I need to get my leg strength up and blah blah blah." And I'm like, "Hell yeah, I'll help you, bro. Like you're fucking a beast, bro." And I'm just thinking, like, this dude like fucking comes back and wins the Olympics or something. He tells people like I'm the one that got his leg strength up. I'm like, it's lit. Shortly after that, we was talking and he didn't reply to my message and this shit popped up on my Google, bro. If you click that, he got suspended permanently from track and field for steroid use, bro. How long he was on it, I don't know, bro. But he got suspended for doping, right? But then they were still testing him because he was trying to come back. And then he didn't show up for the drug test 3 times, which means that you're still on it. And so, yeah. I don't know if he. Sometimes they let you come back. Let's see. In this article, it said he will not be able to return to competition until September 29th, 2026. Yeah, like that's so far away. Like, right, he probably gave up. He probably just like, I'm done. But yeah, that's Karani James. That's his country mate. So they used to run together. Do I think he was on it when he smoked me? I don't know. That's the thing with that stuff, man. Like people try to like look at people's careers and pinpoint like, well, here he was this, and then here his next race. Oh shit, my screen's going dark. Hold on, let me get my charger. Don't die yet. Oh fuck, it's gonna die right when I get to the charger, bro. That's how this shit works. Ugh. Come on, hang on. I wonder. I wonder why there's no audio. This is some bullshit, man. Wait, you said it's good now? No way. I don't know what the fuck I did to make it good. Is it good now? Or did I fuck it up again? Hey, we back, baby. And I'm hooked up to the charger, so we good. Whew, start sweating. Alright, so What was I saying? Oh yeah, so like, yeah, people try to pinpoint uh times in people's careers where they're like, oh, he had to get on here because he got more powerful here, or blah blah blah. It's not necessarily like that, so it's hard to say if he was on it back then because yeah, I don't know. It could have been. Like I said, Larry Wills was on when he was 14. A lot of times people won't accept that people do that shit as teenagers because they're like, well, that would mean an adult gave it to them. And it's like, yeah, that happens, bro. Adults buy kids liquor at the store. People give their kids weed. They do all kinds of shit. So imagine if you think you're doing it to the kid's benefit. Like, all of that other shit is toxic. If you're talking about something that's like, oh, well, this could get my kid to the Olympics, which could change his life and my life, and like, oh, it's for the greater good. Like, people be doing some crazy shit, bro. Do I think DK Metcalf is? Definitely, but like I said, it's really not nice to accuse people of stuff, honestly. I also genuinely don't care, like at all, man. My favorite weightlifter got popped, and I just wish that they would just. I wish we could have petitioned and just be like, "Yo, we don't care. Don't ban him. Like this dude's the greatest of all time." Do I follow Kipchoge at all? Yeah, bro. He's a beast. Yeah, DK Metcalf's dad, popped for steroids. It's just funny because it's like you think he didn't put his son on game. You think he's just like, don't be like me, son. You can make it without drugs. So he thinks he needed drugs, but he doesn't think his son would. They used to chant steroids to Brian Cushing when he was in high school. That's crazy. Oh yeah, John Jones didn't pop, but his brother did for the same thing. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, bro. Like we're tapped in, so we know this stuff. Like, yeah, when your siblings, teammates, everyone around you is popping for stuff, and it's like, but I'm supposed to believe that you're just a super clean guy. You know, like I do think there's certain exceptions. Like my best friend, I feel like he's too much of a paranoid guy to do it. Like he wouldn't do it. Honestly, I've had conversations with him before where like I didn't. I'm not gonna say I suggested it, but I was kind of telling him all this stuff. I'm like, bro, everyone does it at the highest level. If that's what you were trying to get to, like eventually you have to make that decision. And he would really just be like, well, I'd rather get there and like find out that I have to do it versus like start doing it now. And I'm like, yeah, I respect that. So, you know, if if people in his camp or something pop for it, I would genuinely believe that they were keeping it away from him. Cause sometimes it's like that. Like I never drank until I was 22, and yeah, my friends would just know like he doesn't drink, bro. Like don't offer him that shit. Don't blow smoke in his face. Don't smoke like right next to him because he doesn't do that shit. You know what I mean? So it's possible, but like I said, most of the time, if you're the best person in the camp and your whole team pops for it, I'm like, bro, you're probably fucking doing it. Brian Cushing was popped 4 times while he played for the Texans. I didn't know that. You know what I'm saying, bro? So many people pop, you can't even keep up with that shit, bro. It's usually like super notable people, superstars that pop and everyone talks about it. But usually, honestly, when one person pops, there's like 6 other people behind them that no one's talking about because they're not that guy. So I remember Evander Holyfield shipped steroids to his house but like it was like a PO box like next to his house, but the feds raided that shit, and like the address, it was addressed to Evan Fields. Like, bro, you gonna use a fake name that close to your real name, bro? Like, why not just put a totally different name, like Tom Jones or something? Why would you do that? Like, imagine me ordering something like for Jal Shap. Like, why would I do that when I can just use a completely fake name, bro? So, like, to this day, he claims that he doesn't know who Evan Fields is, and it wasn't for him. Tom's just like, dog, you the dumbest motherfucker of all time. Roy Jones Jr. popped one time. Nobody ever talks about that shit. We already know Canelo popped. Oscar Valdez, Tyson Fury got popped for steroids. Tyson Fury's brother got popped for steroids. Who else? Dylan White. They try to say Kipchoge's shoes gave him an unfair advantage, like there aren't hundreds of other people with the same Nikes on. Yeah. Do I think Mayweather took them? I don't know, man. Mayweather is like, I think if Mayweather took something, it would have been along the lines of like EPO, because he definitely got in trouble before for IV usage, right? There was some controversy with that. So I don't think he took steroids. Like his muscle density and where his weight stayed at for his entire career, I'm like, nah, he wasn't taking anabolics. Now Manny Pacquiao, maybe. The thing with Manny Pacquiao is he was starving, bro. So yeah, he went up 7 weight classes, but the excuse that he can use is that, like, bro, I was in the Philippines literally not eating. And then I started eating. So, of course, I went up to 147 pounds. That's like, that's legit. That's actually, that's a pretty good excuse. You weren't eating food before. Now you are. So, but then Manny Pacquiao had the typical, oh, I'm scared of needles. I don't want to do a blood test to fight Mayweather. So, between him going up 7 weight classes, being scared of needles, it was suspicious, man. It was suspicious, but yeah, Floyd's built like a 12-year-old. He, that's the cool thing about Mayweather. Like it literally was his mind, because he doesn't have anything like remarkable. Like he's not super strong. He's not incredibly fast. He has good reflexes, and he has a crazy IQ. Like the adjustments he makes in a fight are crazy. But no one's ever like, oh my God, Floyd Mayweather's hands are so fast, or he hits so hard, or it's just super efficient because he's been boxing since he was like fucking 2 years old and been trained by 2 professional boxers. You're ruining my night with all this disappointment. I don't think you should be disappointed, bro. Like, essentially, if everyone's doing it, it's a level playing field. So those people that you think are the greatest athletes are still the greatest athletes. That's what I'm saying. It's only disappointing if you. It's only disappointing if you're like disappointed that they would put those substances in their body. Like, but then I would just say, like, do you think these guys don't drink? Do you think these guys don't do coke? All kinds of stuff like that. Like, that's where that little thing falls apart. Like, they're not like crazy about their health because, first of all, they play sports. Sports are not healthy. Second of all of these dudes probably drink, so they can't say like, oh, I would never put some substance in my body that could harm me. Like, bro, if you're drinking alcohol, that's probably top of the list. Alcohol is worse for you than steroids are, for sure. I would have never thought of Bolt because I assumed he was having to be tested. Yeah, but here's the thing about testing, bro. First of all, people assume that athletes get tested way more than they do. These dudes don't get tested that much. It's random, so you can get caught, but they don't get tested that much as far as frequency goes. Like some of the most frequently tested athletes, you'll see like, I don't know, 10, 12 tests in a year. That's once a month. if you use testosterone suspended, HGH, that kind of stuff clears your system in 24 hours, bro. So it's like, yeah, testing once a month, that's something. They are getting tested, which then gives them the defense, like, bro, I get tested all the time. But then, like, people assume that that means they get tested like every day or something. Like, hey, it's time for your daily piss test. Like, nah, bro. They catch them at random times. At random times. If you got connects though, like, imagine if you're getting tested, right? And I'm the test dude, and I see your name on the thing. I'm like, oh shit, that's my dude, bro. I want to see him win. I'm about to fucking tell his agent, like, hey, just letting you know, we're supposed to drop in like 3 days from now. Do with the information what you will. So it's random on paper, but it might not be random in real life. Money solves most problems. So I remember, I don't know, Phil, I don't know if you had an experience like this, but I remember at West Point, our coach straight up told us, like, yo, they're coming to do random testing like on Monday. And they're like, so at least 4 of y'all are going to get picked. How often you get tested at West Point? Let me tell you something, bro. I got tested once, ever, in my entire sports career. That's how I know. That's how I know people don't get tested like that. If you're not actually winning stuff, bro, no one cares about you. I got tested once at West Point as part of like a group. It was like, yeah, I was just about to say, I almost said never, and I'm like, oh, no, no, no. When I first got to West Point, they had like they basically pulled all the sprinters in. But I had just got there. I wouldn't have been taking any drugs because I didn't even know anything. So they pulled like all the freshmen over, and they were like, hey, yo, y'all gotta take piss tests. And we did. Never again. In all of my years of sprinting, all of my years of weightlifting, I've never taken a drug test, bro. And it's funny because like I've sometimes, like, if I post a deadlift video or something, uh someone will comment like needles on there or something, and then like people I don't even know be like, he's definitely not on because he competes in weightlifting and he was a D1 athlete and that means he's been tested and blah blah. And I be wanting to comment back like, actually, I never get tested, but I just ignore the whole conversation. But I'm just like, these dudes really think I get tested on like a daily basis or something, bro? Like, just because I'm in a tested sport, that doesn't mean that someone's at your house every day, bro. You know how much money that would cost? They don't give a fuck about me, bro. I don't win. Like, I went 6 for 6 twice at national meets and never got tested. Yeah, like people don't be understanding that shit's like 10% of everyone in the sport, bro. Like, you you got a way better chance of never getting tested than you do getting tested even once. Like, most people I know have never been tested, and we're in a clean sport. Had some streamer. Thanks, Randy Bruce. I got tested more for jobs than sports. Yeah, facts. Facts. Do I remember Aziz? Aziz, who? I got like 3 friends named Aziz. So like Dia said, everyone's on steroids, even me. Hey, you might be. I don't know. How long have I been on? Ooh, that's some time, boy. Oh, I've literally never seen anybody type his name like that before, bro. I feel like everyone does this. That's what you're talking about, right? You have any regrets about not going to the movie with your wife? No, because I didn't want to watch Barbie. Now, if she comes home and she's like, "Yo, Barbie was the best movie ever," you personally would have liked it. I'll be like, damn, I might have some regrets, man. But yeah, what about him? You never told me. You just asked me, do I remember him? Why do I think he suffered a heart attack at 22? I don't know. For one, he was in a sauna, probably doing too much up in there. But contrary to popular belief, man, sometimes people just have conditions, bro. Literally, a girl that I kind of know from El Paso just died. She was admitted to the hospital like 3 weeks ago. They made a GoFundMe, said like that she was doing blood transfusions, trying to figure out why she was sick. Next thing you know, she's dead. One of Axel's friends had a mini stroke yesterday. These are all people under 30, bro. Like, that shit happens, man. It just so happens that when someone's an athlete, bodybuilder, whatever, we like to draw conclusions. So we're like, obviously it was the steroids. Obviously it was blah, blah. But like I said before, I know people that have done like every drug under the sun, including real drugs. Like those people that I'm talking about, usually those type of people, they care less about their health than other people. So these same people that do like 5 different steroids, they also do coke and other stuff on the weekends too. You would think you wouldn't be that reckless, but they are. And like I said, man, one day they wake up and they're kind of like, I'm done. And they go back to living a regular life. Some of those dudes I know are 40. Uh, they seem to be living a regular life. But, you know, I don't know. I don't know how much gear that kid was doing. I don't know. Maybe he was doing a crazy, outrageous amount, which is hard for me to fathom because, like I said, I know people that did so much, and I'm like, bro, I've never even heard of someone taking this much. That just cannot be safe, bro. And they were fine, relatively. He's one of the influencers that got a lot of people to get into peds. Maybe. I don't know, man. Like I said, peds, they're widespread, man. There's always millions on millions of people doing that shit. I don't think one person is gonna have a huge influence. Like any bodybuilder, Rich Piana, Arnold, all of these dudes, Ronnie Coleman, like they all play an equal part, but I don't think yeah. Do I shave my beard for job interviews? No. So I know people who've done PCP. Yes, for sure. That's not as common though. That's like some street shit, bro. Regular people don't be smoking a PCP like that. You tell me you smoke PCP, I'm instantly cautious of you. I'm like, you don't value anything. Yeah, any friends in Texas that got hooked on drugs? Yes, my best friend. My best friend growing up, bro. The best friend that I have now was not my best friend when we were super little. So I had a best friend, and then my best friend now came, and we were kind of like a trio. But very similar to what I was just talking about. I think he had like some predisposition to schizophrenia or something, bro. This dude smoked one. He smoked weed one time and fucking lost it, bro. Like not. And it wasn't like, oh, that's the first thing you're gonna think. It's like, oh, maybe it was lace. There was other people that smoked the blunt with him, bro. Like it was just his first time, bro. And he just experienced an intense paranoia after, like, and lots of people get paranoid when they smoke. But his shit never went away, bro. He had to start taking like anxiety meds and some other shit, bro. And like, it's just never the same, bro. Ended up not going to school for, like, he was gonna be on a basketball scholarship, but he never went to go take the SAT, ended up not going to school, and just like went full time thug mode, bro. Every once in a while, I message him on Facebook. I'll be like, how's life, man? You good? And like, it's like I'm not even talking to the same person, bro. Cause he's just like, I'm out here hustling in these streets, blah blah blah. This is like he was a super good kid, bro. He didn't grow up thugging, bro. But he just changed, bro. Just different. He started doing all kinds of drugs and shit, bro, and just yeah, man. It was weird. It took me a long time to disconnect myself from him because I felt like I owed him like some loyalty because we were best friends for so long, and which I did. And I didn't owe him anything, but I felt a connection and loyalty. So I wanted to like be there for him if he was like trying to get back on the right track and shit, bro. But like, man, one of the last times I went to kick it with him, just chatting it up, I came back like might have been like my third year in college or something like that. And I was at his house and a car drove by and he hit the ground so hard, bro. And I dropped. I'm like, what's happening, bro? He's like, thought that was that motherfucker I robbed last week. And I was like, what the? I'm like, all right, yeah, man. So, I got this thing I got to get to. I dapped him up, bro. I've never seen him in person since that day, bro. I was like, I'm not about to get shot up because you like robbing people and doing crazy shit, bro. I was like, we can just be friends on Facebook and shit. So, in and out of jail, yup. I think he's been out for a while now, though, bro. I think he like somewhat got it together, but like I said, I just think so much has happened to him. I just think his mind is different now, man. Same thing with Dan, yeah. My bro was like that. People's brain chemistry is unique, and certain stuff can destroy it. It doesn't take much. Yeah, and I told y'all about my online client. He's from the UK, and so he had a mental breakdown before, and he gave me hints about it, but I wasn't really putting it together, man. Honestly, because that shit's kind of just out there to me. And so then he had the episodes, and he sent me all these texts and was just tagging me in mad random shit and just saying some really weird shit to where I was like, bro, like I'm about to block you, bro. I don't want to do it, but I'm about to block you. I had already uh like he was supposed to do another month of training. Like I canceled that shit. I was like, bro, it didn't even charge you. Don't worry about it. Like let's stop. You need to chill, bro. And yeah, he started saying more weird shit, bro. Sending me like literally like 50 messages at a time, and then like yeah, I got a message from what will be his parents, I guess. I think and it was like, yeah, he's been mentally committed. Um, he had a psychotic break or whatever, or went into psychosis or whatever. Bro, the texts weren't saying anything. It was just mad random shit, bro. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. It was like it made sense, but it didn't. It honestly reminds me of like conspiracy theory tweets. Like, I don't know, man. It just got weird, bro. If you think of like Stan, the Eminem song, bro, with shit like that, he's like at one point he was saying stuff like, "Yo, if you think about it, we're super connected because like you like fitness and I like fitness and you're smart and I'm smart and we're probably actually related." And I'll be like, I thought I saw where you was going for a second, and then be like, yeah. He's like, what if your mom is this and you never know because people could lie and switch us at birth. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck? I'm like, hey, yo, stop texting me, bro. Like, go to sleep. I think it's like real late over there or something. I would go to sleep. I'll wake up, 100 more texts, mad random shit. So I've been thinking, I like where we're going with the squat program, but I only squat 210 kg, and I think I could squat 250 in 2 weeks if I just use my mind and really think about contracting my muscles. And I just like, bro, let's not talk unless you're literally asking me something about your program. Let's do that. Like I tried, bro. I didn't realize I knew it was bad, but I was hoping that he was just weird, honestly, bro, and not like going through something like that. And like, yeah, it just got bad at the end. And then I got that message like, yeah, he's been committed. And I was like, oh, okay, thanks for telling me. Um, but yeah, that shit was nuts. But anyways, I said that to say like I remember he went away for a while before, and he came back and he told me that he had gone through something because he smoked weed, and he was just like he literally basically explained the thing with my best friend, and he was like, yeah, he's like, I guess I just have like one of those brains that can't handle it, so I don't smoke at all, and blah blah blah. And he's like, he said something about he had to go away for this amount of time. Honestly, I assumed he meant jail. I did not think he meant being mentally committed. He said he had to go away, and like he like changed his life though. Like he got it back together and blah blah blah. And yeah, like I said, I wasn't thinking that. Did he make videos on YouTube? No, I don't think so. He made lots of Instagram stories and posts. Honestly, if you look at one of his Instagram videos, you'll be like, okay, I understand. If he asked to start up again, would you do it? No. No. I wouldn't deal with that again. He would have to really demonstrate to me that he had it under control, but I think it's a permanent kind of thing, bro. I don't know enough, but I think it's a permanent kind of thing. Nah, I don't want to put his Instagram name in the chat. I'll text it to you later or something. I feel like that would be rude to put him on blast like that. Especially because if I do that, any potential clients I have up in here, they're like, yo, if I go through something, this motherfucker's about to blast me and put my name in the chat. Nah. Yeah, facts. But that's also, so going back to the steroid thing, it's the same way. Like, some people are super responders to certain drugs, and some people don't respond to them at all. Like, for instance, coffee and really caffeine at large just doesn't do shit to me, bro. But Axa, bro, she could take like one sip of a pre-workout and she's bouncing off the walls for hours, bro. I be drinking coffee at 8 o'clock at night and going to sleep. Like shit don't do nothing to me, bro. But we're all unique. You know what I mean? Same thing with like pain pills. Axa can't take ibuprofen, bro. It gives her crazy ulcers. Like she almost fucking died, bro. She was like on a plane, blood pressure like fucking shot down to nothing. And they had to have like a doctor attend her and shit. And she found out she had ulcers from the pain pills she was taking. Meanwhile, I be taking like 8 ibuprofen at a time before weightlifting meets. I'd be like, I don't even know if this shit's working, bro. So, yeah, man, we're all different. We're all different, man. It's funny because before her, I used to think, man, I used to see like the side effects on ibuprofen and shit. I used to be like, bro, who the fuck? I'm like, who's experiencing these side effects? I've literally never met a person that can't take ibuprofen, and then I met her, and she can't take ibuprofen. Oh god, she passed out on a plane. I think I wasn't on that plane. This was like when we first met. I think it was worse than passing out, bro. Can she take Tylenol? I can't remember the things that she can take and she can't, but basically she can't take a lot of shit. Like anything, if the side effect says on there it can cause ulcers, she can't do it, bro. And she had to stop fucking with like certain spicy foods too. The Tylenol or the ibuprofen or whatever it was started it, but it kind of like fucked up the lining of her stomach, so changed her whole life, dog. Like I said, meanwhile, yeah, Phil, I used to take 8 to 10 with coffee. Yeah, I'm the same way, bro. I just be doing whatever. I be taking ibuprofen just for the fun of it. This shit's candy. I'm a Twitch streamer now. Hey, hey, man, it's gonna get super lit when eventually I get the 4 hours, 4,000 hours. My bad. And then y'all can do super chats. I'm gonna be like, hey, somebody send me $5 right now. $5 right now, I'll do a backflip. All you gotta do is sit in the hot tub. Is her brother good? What you mean? Which one? I for sure send you moolah. Alright, I respect it. I'm gonna hold you to that. I gotta set up like a. Remember I told y'all about. Oh yeah, bro, her brother got deported a long time ago. He's in Guatemala. He got deported like when I first met her. Like they raided the crib and shit like that. That's why our dog got fucking PTSD. Motherfucker hears fireworks and he be shaking like shit because they flashbanged the house and busted up in there. But drugs. Um, I don't know. It was a lot of stuff. I think drugs were a part of it for sure. But I believe it had something to do with his wife. I believe she set him up. But everyone says stuff like that. But I've talked to him. He's a little strange, but it seems like he got a good heart, man, for the most part. But I do know, due to his trauma and shit like that, I do know he's got some violent tendencies. But that's not what he got in trouble for. He got in trouble for like having meth in his possession or something. But he said it wasn't his. I don't know. I don't know. It's not my business. But yeah, I FaceTime him in Guatemala a couple times. Shit crazy, bro, because he had never been to Guatemala. Imagine being like 28 years old and getting deported to a country you don't know shit about, bro. I was talking to him. He was just like, yeah, I'm trying to figure shit out over here, man. Like, I'm like, damn, bro. Like, that sucks. That sucks. Oh, yeah, but I was going to say, I used to watch this YouTuber. I told y'all about him, Marshall Powell. And that dude, man, he used to have like a I don't even know what to call it, but he would like do like a shout out in the beginning of his videos, like thank you for supporting or donating or whatever, and he would like list like the names of people that gave him money since the last video. I was like, I need to do something like that. I need to be thankful for people that send me any money. I follow this lady from Houston who got deported to Haiti. She had never been before either. She never been there before. Was he born in Cali like Axa? I don't know his birth situation actually. I don't know, man. Deportation's weird. You would think a lot of shit like they can't deport you, blah blah blah. But like, they don't be caring, bro. A lot of stuff like let's say I don't even know, man. I don't know. I don't know how any of that shit works, to be honest. It's like I've been around a lot of people who have been deported or have family members deported, but like it's not my family, so I don't be sitting up in there with the immigration meetings talking to the lawyers about what's legal and what's not. Like I kind of know his situation, but I kind of don't. If she was here, she could explain it better. But yeah, even like her older sisters, one of them got citizenship recently because of marriage. The other one is working on it because her last dude like beat the fuck out of her so she can become a citizen. Or she can, I can't remember what it's called. Someone in here probably knows, but if you get abused while you're in the United States, like you can not be without papers anymore. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to him. I do know he had never been to Guatemala before. I could tell you that. The, there's a small chance that he might have been born there as a tiny, tiny infant. Maybe. But he had definitely never been there, had recollection of being there. Axel's parents have been here for, what, 30 something years now, bro? Like, he doesn't know nothing about Guatemala. They don't even, like, Axel doesn't know none of her family in Guatemala, bro. Like, she couldn't tell you her grandma's name or no shit like that. She's never met them before. So if you get sent over there, it doesn't even matter if you were born there when you were 3 months old. Like, what are you gonna do when you go over there? You don't have a mom and a dad and family to look after you. Like, you don't talk to nobody from there. So, you know, it's a tough one, man. It's a tough one. Guatemala ain't the U.S., that's for sure. Yeah, that's what he said. So, even worse when you go over there with no damn money because he got out of jail and went there. So, it's not like, oh, at least I got this $3,000 and I'll pay for a nice apartment and try to find some work or something like that. He basically had to go over there and beg, bro. Like, beg to work for somebody. He said he just was like, the somewhat family that he knows, that his parents were like, well, my sister's probably still in this spot. Tell them who you are and try to get a job doing construction or something, some shit like that. It's like, that's crazy, bro. Crazy. Wow, it's been 4 hours. That's crazy. Can't believe y'all still awake. Yep, that's how it works, man. Jail, deportation. She had a tough life. Yeah, man, lots of people have tough lives. That's why I don't be complaining, man. I'm like, you know what? I got a good life. My life is relatively easy, to be honest. Like, I don't be going through shit. Not a thing. Speaking of Haiti, I knew this dude. He was a wrestler for the army. Went to Haiti with his wife. Stepped out. His wife got shot like 15 times, bro. Too scared to watch it, not because of the violence, but because it looks like a really sketchy website. Well, let me tell you something. You ain't gonna find axe murder on a on a decent website. It probably is a sketchy website, man. You're better off probably typing it in and then typing Reddit after it. Reddit usually has stuff, or they'll link you to stuff, and it won't be like super sketchy. 10 years in jail straight to Haiti. That's crazy, man. Let me see if I can find a story about this dude I'm talking about. He's a friend of my dad's. If I can think of his name, I can definitely get you the story. I just remember reading the story and being like, that's suspicious. Shit sounded like a setup, but I would never say that out loud that if I was on a live stream. Yep, this is him. I remember his face. Man, even like, it's hard to find an article about his wife being murdered because everything is about him and the Olympics. His wife was shot 18 times, yep. Let's see. Shot. Why is it so hard to find an article? This is crazy. Well, it's really hard to find this article, but even on his Wikipedia, like, it says it. It says in 2015, he stated his intentions to move to Haiti after the 2016 Olympics and launch a wrestling program. Upon returning home to Haiti, his wife was shot 18 times. I'm gonna find an article about this shit. Okay, I found one article, but it's not like a super legit article. Natasha Castelli, that's what I need. I haven't been looking at the comments. Why is it called Mrs. Pac-Man? Because when he hit her in the face with the axe, her shit was like this, bro. It was open like Mrs. Pac-Man. And she was like trying to talk. And her eyes were like out of the socket. And I was like, oh. It was pretty fucked. Haiti has 10 departments and it's not all bad. But the levels of corruption is almost comical. Yeah, I'm not trying to figure out which ones are not bad. You won't catch me over there. Yeah, see, they called it a crime of passion, but I'm like, was she cheating on him with this dude that killed her, or like what? No offense, dude, but why would you watch that? I don't know, because I was a kid and I didn't know any better. But you must have not been here because I was like talking about how it's one of the only videos that I've ever had to like turn off. Because it was just, this is disturbing, man. Those guttural noises, like, ugh, just, I don't know how she wasn't dead, bro. Like, he had already chopped off like her legs and arms, and then yeah, I don't know. Shit was crazy. It's like I said, it's one of the few times where I'm like, yeah, I don't want to see this. That, and like I said, that rape scene in the movie I told y'all about last night. No. I mean, 2 Girls, 1 Cup, even when I thought it was real, it wasn't like, I just thought it was like silly. I was like, this is so fucking dumb. I never really thought it was like horrible. I never like felt like I was gonna throw up or something. Let's see, 250 minutes. What did I go to last time? What was my PR? I feel like I went to 240, right? So I've already PR'd. Maybe I'll do 260. The internet was the Wild West back in the day, still is now, really. Yeah, it's I think it's different now. I think there's more controls. I think it's harder to find certain stuff. But man, when we were kids, like they didn't even know how bad it was, so they didn't have controls in place to not see that shit. Like there was no safe search on Google and shit, bro. Like you typed in blue waffle, you saw blue waffle. First time I ever saw somebody else's dick is because I was looking up an anaconda. I was looking up an anaconda for a school project about snakes. And I don't know what the hell I typed in, bro, but it was, I think I probably typed in black anaconda. And yeah. When will I allow my kids to have cell phones? I don't know, as late as possible. The thing is, man, there has to be a balance, but you also don't want your kid to be a weirdo for not having something that everyone else has, right? So I think kids these days, that shit's like an extension of their hand, which is not good. I didn't have a cell phone until I was like 14 or 15 or something. So like even now, bro, like when I went to the field and we couldn't have our cell phones for a month, like all these fucking young guy soldiers would be like, "We can't have our phones." And I'm just like, okay, whatever. I'll just hit everybody up when I get out of here. Or like if I break my phone or something, I'm never like in a rush. I'm like, I'll get it fixed tomorrow. Or I'll see what's up with it tomorrow. Whereas like some people are like, I need to fix this today or else people are gonna try to call me and I'm not gonna be able to see what's on social media tonight and shit. So I just want it to be like that for my kid. I want them to use it as a tool eventually, but I don't want them to be like, I need this to live. Like, when would you allow your daughters to have a boyfriend? Probably never. It's not really something that you need in high school. I'll never forget when Chris and Doctor asked if I sex. Oh, yeah, bro. If you were on the internet in those times, man, you seen it all, bro. Seen it all. Yeah, fun fact, Planet Moolah, I wasn't allowed to have a girlfriend in high school. Did I do it anyways? Yes, but I wasn't allowed to. I couldn't bring anyone home. I couldn't like tell my parents, "Oh yeah, I'm dating this girl." My parents asked if I had a girlfriend. I'd be like, mm-mm. No, sir. I know I'm not allowed to have a girlfriend. None of us, we couldn't date. My parents be like, for what? Like, the fuck are you dating for? Focus on your schoolwork. And honestly, I do think, I think that about kids. I'm like, there's no need to date in high school. Like, what are you accomplishing? Like, you're not trying to fucking marry this person. You might think you are because you're 14, but there's literally nothing good that comes out of that shit. And so if they could pull it off like I did, like I was sneak and have a girlfriend, if my parents came and visit this school and shit, I'll tell everybody like, yo, if my parents ask, that's my friend. Do not say that's my girlfriend. I'm gonna get my ass whooped. Like, so if they can pull it off, like whatever. That means that they got good social skills. They know how to lie. But there's no need for me to help them in that process. Like going on like supervised dates and shit. I'm not judging anyone else's life, but when I see that kind of shit, I'm like, why are you helping your 14-year-old date? Like, there's literally no reason to do that, in my opinion. Someone else might say that's gonna prepare them for life or something like that, but I don't know. As a teenager, you think you know everything about life. Facts, bro. Facts. Yeah, and I mean, I did some real dumb shit as a kid, man. Like, I don't want to get explicit, but I definitely definitely could have had some kids by now. And so if my parents facilitated and helping me with that process, I definitely would have kids right now. So luckily for me, I was sneaking around and I couldn't do it as much as I wanted to. So don't think it's a great idea to let these beings that are full of raging hormones have extra time near each other. They can hang out in school and shit. After that, come home, play a sport, do your homework, go to sleep. But yeah. But who knows? I could say all of that shit and end up letting my kid do it because everyone thinks they have the answers until they experience some shit. You know what I mean? Like, I've changed my mind about a lot of stuff. But for that one, I like I said, I just can't see it. I don't really see the point. Stuff has to make sense for me to want to do it. So has to make sense. How old are you again, Planet Mulan? And why you think it's gonna be better in 20s? 31. I thought so. More mature. Yeah, I agree. I kind of wish I could be in my 20s again, but yeah, no, I'm happy with my age. It's it's a good place in life, like you said, more mature, generally more stable. Also, 20-year-olds can look at you and tell that you're not 20, so you're in less trouble. Like when I was like 19 and shit, if I was like walking past a 19-year-old that was like relatively tough, we'll be staring at each other. Like now, like 19-year-olds look like little kids to me. So even if they are tough, I feel like they don't really look at me because they're like, we're not threatening each other. We're in different parts of life. You know what I mean? I would think the same thing when I was 19. I see like some fucking 30-year-old, 35-year-old. I would like they basically didn't exist to me. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm at right now. I feel like it makes you less likely to get in trouble. I feel like young people have more shit to worry about. I think dating in high school made my youth difficult for no reason. In what sense? It's an interesting statement. My hands are swollen. You talking to me or John John? My high school wasn't ghetto. My middle school was. My high school, no. My high school was probably, um, I would say it's probably the best high school in the area. What you think, Phil? You think Harker Heights is the best high school? Yeah, see, my high school is the best. There was no worries at my high school. Shoemaker, Allison, Colleen, they had some shit. Teachers getting stabbed and policemen getting stabbed and shit. But yeah, my high school was good, bro. Like, there was literally no worries. Yeah, Shoemaker was bad. I would like not want to visit that school. Matter of fact, the one time like we had problems, it was because Shoemaker was at our school. Like the basketball game was over, big brawl started, shooting in the parking lot and shit. But it was like Shoemaker people. It wasn't us. Yeah, facts. Cause the Heights people got rezoned to Ellison. Yeah. But yeah, playing Mulan, nah, my school wasn't ghetto at all. Now, like my middle school, that shit was ultra ghetto. That shit got torn down. It was so ghetto. So that shit doesn't exist anymore. It's like a legend of the city. People be like, remember that trash ass place, Fairway, with all the criminal kids? And I'm like, I went to that middle school. Speaking of which, my high school coach, Coach Bobbitt, he got suspended. He was a coach there for 22 years. He got suspended and he just reapplied for the job and they rejected him. He was a head coach for 22 years, bro. He was breaking the rules, which I didn't know was breaking the rules until I found out he was breaking the rules. I'm like, damn, we used to do that shit all the time, bro. What the fuck? Crazy. Oxa just texted me, so I'm guessing she's coming home. If I don't text back, she'll pop in the live and say something. Alright, peace, bro. I'm about to get off of here soon anyway. I said I was going to 260. I passed it, so now I gotta go to another even number. 260. Nah, let's go 265. How did he break the rules? Because you're not allowed to make kids practice in the summer. That's what I'll say. And we practice year round. So what would happen was during all these breaks and shit, he would host open gyms that he wasn't allowed to be at, but he would have other people like spy on us, and he would tell them the workouts that we had to do, and he would show up sometimes. He'd be like, I'm coming to get my stuff out of my office, but he would kind of sit at the door. And so anyways, he'd tell us if we didn't show up to these open gyms and shit like that, that we wouldn't be able to play the next year, which is like hella illegal. But I didn't know that. I was like, damn, bro. Fucking open gyms every fucking week, bro. But yeah, making people practice when they shouldn't. This was basketball. But yeah, like in high school, there's seasons. Like you can't make kids practice year round. Like the school wasn't going, bro, and he would make us practice. Let me see if I can pull up the original article when he got suspended. UIL suspends Harker Heights basketball coach. Yeah, organize workouts before the allowable UIL practice date of October 23rd. So yeah, we'll be having real deal practices in the summer and shit, bro. Which is illegal. UFC London, the card like 10 a.m. my time. Meatball Molly. Yeah, I'm about to get off of here, bro. I got 10 seconds till this gets to 265, so I'm gonna say my last little goodbyes because this is the end of the stream. I just hit 265 right there. I don't know what that is. It's 4 hours and something. Wait. What's 5 hours? What's 5 hours? I'm not going to 5, but I need to know because like next time I need to hit 5 hours maybe. Main card is 2 p.m. Central. Who knows 5 hours off the top of their head? I don't feel like thinking, bro. I'm super tired. 300? Oh, hell nah. Goodbye. Goodbye, everyone. Y'all have a good night. I'll probably see y'all Monday. Doubtful that I'm going to be on for tomorrow or the next day. So let's think. Let's think Monday. We'll think about it 300. All right. Peace, y'all.